Good morning and happy Tuesday to y'all. Happy Tuesday. How is everybody doing this morning? Hopefully, everybody is having a good day. Hopefully. This one is mirrored. Let me unmirror that one right quick. There we go. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, y'all. Y'all ready for an extended live today? Are we ready for an extended live? We are going to have an extended live today. We are going to learn all kinds of tips and tricks about this embroidery machine. We've got a couple embroidery machines. Maybe we'll go through a couple of them, and we'll have some fun. We are going to have some fun. Good morning. How's your coffee? Get your coffee. It's like warm. It is chilly in here today. It's a little chilly. Deidre, good morning. Yeah, I'm excited too. I'm excited. I just got 2 new designs, y'all, because if y'all are going to learn some new stuff, I want to learn some new stuff. I don't know if y'all have seen that. Have y'all seen the puff embroidery? So this is foam. I have yet to do anything with the foam. So I decided I wanted to try it. And I know one of the things I want to show y'all is how to do a zipper bag in the hoop. So I found a design that has, good morning, Darla, that has both the foam and zipper. So it's a zipper bag with the foam on it too. So we're going to learn, and we'll do that here in a little bit. So I got a couple new designs. I did put them on my tree. And you can get there from my YT. So I am also live. If y'all want to see me on the big screen, click in my bio. I am on YT. Throw me up on the TV. So you'll be able to see me there. So just as an FYI, I am there. So I'm doing both at the same time. We're seeing how this is working. So how's everybody doing this morning? We had an awesome live yesterday. My goal is to have an awesome live again today. We're going to see what we can do. So I don't know. But I got the embroidery machine turned on. I'm going to load some designs on there. I wanted to walk through the process of loading a design. So I was kind of waiting, letting a few of y'all join. Good morning, Dolly. Letting a few of y'all join in. That way we can see what's going here. So it's a little chilly. The heater is running, and I'm like, whoo! I know it's going to warm up. It'll warm up here in a little bit, but right now it's just a little bit cold. What's y'all's temperature this morning? I know my husband was looking at the at the weather, and looks like it's gonna be a little chilly this weekend. It's supposed to be doing some raining, and as long as the rain, 27, Darla. Okay, you're a little bit more chillier than I am. Good morning, Angela. It's 24 in South Carolina. Wow. So let's look, see what temperature is here. Well, I think I can look right here. The temperature right now is 49. It is 49, 23 in Kentucky. Y'all are a little bit more chilly. And I think I was saying the other day that when it's cold in the South and y'all got that humidity, it is cold. Hi, I'm new here and found you yesterday and back today. Woohoo! I am so glad you're back, Sam. Welcome to the live. We have some fun here in the mornings, y'all, and we have lots of fun. So lots of fun. So first thing I want to do before we even get started is I want to say Happy Veterans Day to my fellow veterans. I'm a veteran, all my fellow veterans out there, but I want to make it a point to say that I've had a lot of veterans say, well, I was only this in the military. Y'all, I don't care what your position was in the military. I don't care if you were on the motor pool. I don't care if you were in the hospital. If you were a sergeant in the military, captains, generals out there in the ocean or up in the air in the planes, deployed, not deployed. All of those different locations. I don't care what your position is in the military. It takes every position in the military to help support our country. So this is a big, huge shout out to every single one of y'all, because it takes every one of y'all. Every one of y'all is important. So just know that this is a huge shout out to all the veterans out there. So current, past, everybody. So Thank you all for your service. I greatly appreciate you. You know, as I said, I'm a veteran too, but yes, thank you everybody. So, but okay. So to embroidery, let's go and get to embroidery here. I swear, sometimes. Good morning. Thank you. I appreciate that. So sorry, I had to get my spill out. I had to get my spill out this morning because that drives me crazy sometimes. So yes. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate that. Okay, so embroidery. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate that. So embroidery. So I know a lot of y'all. I was showing yesterday. So we have thumb drives. So you can send the machines, or depending on what machine you have, you can send the files over to your machine with the thumb drive. Can you somehow tell us your favorite site to get? Absolutely, Deidre. Absolutely. Let's see. Yes, absolutely, Tammy. Yes. Big shout out to all y'all. So one of my favorite designs, and I don't think I'm going to get in trouble with this one, is Juju. And Juju. Google that and just put Juju and then designs. Love that site. Another site that I love is EM Library. I think is EM Library. I think is the, hold on, let me look. And then another one is Sweet Pea. Those ones are a little pricey sometimes, but I do like that design. I'm going to try and not get dinged here. Let's see. Another one, Urban Threads, y'all. Google Urban Threads. Oh my gosh. That site has got some really, really cool designs. So I'm going to get dinged. I know I'm going to. But yes. I'm trying. Yes, right? Yes, absolutely, Deidre. Absolutely. So there is so many. And the big E. The big E has all kinds of designs, y'all. You have to be careful sometimes. Make sure you stitch them out first before you put them on your whatever you're working on, because some of the ones off of E is new beginners, and it's not their fault. It's new beginners learning how to create designs. And on those designs, sometimes they haven't gotten the digitation down. So, and on those, sometimes they can, not stitch out as well as you would like them to. So I just recommend that you go in and you actually stitch them out prior to actually putting them on your actual project. So that is my recommendation on when you get new design. But that's with any new design. Any new design you get, go stitch it out on something. Stitch it out on something before you're throwing it on your big project. If you're adding, I add embroidery to a lot of my quilts. I love to add embroidery in my quilts. So when I add embroidery to my quilts, I don't go and put a new design right in the middle of my quilt that I have just, spent a lot of time creating. So that would just drive me crazy if I did that. So like I said, I actually got 2 new designs today because I want to try out. I don't know if y'all have ever used the puff. So this is actually foam. So it's foam. As you can see, it's I don't even know how to explain it, but it's if you search for foam, it'll actually foam for crafts. Maybe I don't remember how I found it. I've had it for quite some time. I've just never used it. So we're gonna try this today because it'll actually go under the fabric, and then as we stitch around it, then we'll pull it off and it'll make it puff. So I wanted to try it, so I figured why not try it with y'all, and we got plenty of time today. So like I said, we're going to load, I'm going to load the designs onto my thumb drive, and then we're going to sit down at the sewing machine. And I want y'all to think about things you want to learn today, because this live is for y'all. I want y'all to think about things you want to learn today as far as doing the embroidery. So and I want to start, we're going to start with, right here at this first. And what we'll do is I'm going to turn on my other machine over here, and I'm going to walk through the process on this machine here. And then we'll go back over to my other machine and we'll walk through the process on it. I'm not sure if we might be able to get over to the, I've got 3 embroidery machines in here, y'all. Not sure if we can get over to Husky. We might be able to get over to her, but because I've got 2 Huskies. I've got one that y'all, we do a lot of sewing on her. We do a lot of sewing on her. So, hey, we're good. I'm surprised that I didn't get, I don't think I did. No, I didn't get dinged yet. So yay. I was scared when I was naming those places for design. So okay, so coffee. Don't forget your coffee, y'all. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and load those onto my thumb drive. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, y'all. We're gonna shake for a minute. My sorry about that. My washing machine is going, so, and I live in a camper, so I'm going to plug these up here. And depending on what machine you have is dependent on the design that you the end of the, what do you call it, the extension on the file. So the extension on the file is dependent on which one that you have. So I'm going to go ahead and load these in here, but we're not going to do these right now. We're going to walk through the process on the embroidery machine. So let me just load these right quick, and doom. I'm just going to put a new folder in here, call it new. That way I know where to find these. Doom. How's everybody's morning? How is everybody's morning? Good morning, Miss Cynthia. Good morning. I am loading designs onto my drive here. Loading designs onto my drive. So okay. Doom. Okay, so while that's doing that, we're going to come over here to this machine. We're going to come over here to this machine here. So let's see if we can turn y'all down a little bit. Doom. So what we're going to do is good morning, Nancy. So I'm going to turn her on. So as you'll see on your embroidery machine, you cannot have the hoop in there when you turn it on. Because if you have the hoop in there when you turn it on, it can't, it auto adjusts the arm. So with that auto adjusting the arm, it can't have that in there. So I'm going to show you how this one turns on. So this is my older machine that I actually got recently on MP. So we're going to let her start up, and I'm just going to show y'all, and then we'll move over on to the other one. And then as you see, it says the embroidery arm is going to move away. I keep my embroidery arm on there because I'm always using that. And I have another machine that I use for the actual sewing. So I keep the embroidery because this right here actually will pop off if I'm not using it for embroidery. But the nice thing about these machines, you can actually sew with the embroidery arm on there. So we're going to click OK. So now what it's going to do is you're going to see it goes through, and it actually, I forget what the verbiage is. It actually goes in and adjusts the there. So, but then on here, you'll see that you have your sewing, you have your embroidery, and then you have embroidery edit, and then it went over to sewing. We're going to go back home. But as you see, when it does that, it just adjusted that arm back over here. So we're going to go back home again. But on here, and then we'll hit embroidery, because embroidery is what we're going to have fun with today. So it's going to say the embroidery arm is going to move again. So we're going to click OK. So then it comes over into here. So now we're into the embroidery interface here. We're into the embroidery interface. So on here, you have these options. So you'll see this first option here. This option is if the design is actually saved on the machine. So if I click in here, you'll see that I have designs that are saved in here. I've been working on mug rugs, y'all. So on the mug rugs that I've been working on, I saved the ones that I use quite often. So if I click on that one, what will happen is it'll automatically pop open the one that I have saved in there. But the thing is, until you actually hit that button sewing, we have a flash go. Let's go ahead and do our flash go right quick. Start. Until you actually hit until you actually hit that sewing button, it doesn't save it on there. So what you do is you'll go until you find, so let's click on that one. What is that one? Oh, that's the circle mug rug. So, and you know, you just keep going in here and you look at the one that you're wanting to do. Once you find the one that you want to do, you just go ahead and click on that sewing button and it'll click sew. And then what it'll do is it'll go ahead and hop over there. So in here, you'll see, it'll up here, you'll see, it's going to tell you what foot you need. It's going to tell you what foot you need. So I need the W foot on there, which I have the W foot on here. And then I'm just verifying it's got the W, and the nice thing is it gives you an image of what that foot looks like. So we have that one on there. The next thing it's going to show is how many stitches is in this embroidery design. So as you see, this embroidery design, which is a mug rug, and we're going to go ahead and make one. We'll go ahead and make one on this machine. So you'll see that it's got 9,541 stitches. That's really not a lot of stitches. So as you'll see, because each time that needle goes down is considered a stitch. So each time that goes down, that is considered a stitch on this machine or on any machine. So your next thing is it takes 20 minutes to stitch this out. So the 20 minutes includes anytime that machine is going is calculating that time. So that's how that time gets calculated, is every time the machine is going, that's how it goes. This one has, your next one here, you'll see this spool of thread. That's how many steps it goes. So what happens is you'll see down here, it'll show all the different colors. Okay, so on those colors, it tells you the next one. With this one, we keep the same color in there every time. But if you were to have to change the colors, it tells you on it, and it stops and says, okay, change colors. So when you're doing an actual, this is kind of like an applique in the hoop, kind of is what this one is. But when you're doing that, you go through and you change at each one. And the nice thing is you can actually move to those different steps on there. So if we hit this plus and minus down here, it'll click that. You'll see that you can go back a stitch, you can go forward a stitch, and that's just one stitch. Okay. They also have 10 stitches. You can go ahead 10 stitches, you can go back 10 stitches, and then they have 100. So depending on what machine you have, my other machine goes up to 1,000. I can hop 1,000 back and forth on that one. So another thing here is you have that spool of thread. Remember, you have that spool of thread up here. If you come down here, you see this spool of thread. On that spool of thread, this is where you're going to actually, you'll go back a color, or you'll go ahead a color. So depending on where you want to, say, I don't want to stitch that color, or, you've come back and you need to restitch the one you just stitched. So you just come back into here and you say, okay, let's go back a color. I need to stitch that one again because the thread broke or something like that on there. Good morning, Cynthia. Something like that on there. So needless to say, you come back in here and you do that back one color, forward one color. So that's where it makes it kind of cool. So we're going to go, and up here, as you see, if you go forward, you see how it's on the third color. So it's on the third color of 11 different colors. So if we keep going forward, you'll see that it keeps changing. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go all the way up to, we're going to go back to 1. And I'm going to show you how, and the nice thing is and that one you can really see in here. On this one, I don't know if you can see it, but you can actually see it's doing the quilting on there. So it gives you an actual layout of exactly what it's going to be stitching on that. So thank you, Cynthia. So on there. So it makes it kind of nice. Some of the machines will actually show you what it's actually stitching. Some of the machines will not show you what it's stitching, but that's the nice thing about the BR. I'm going to call it BRs. I love their interface. I love their interface. They work out really well. So we're going to keep going here, and we're going to go back to that first stitch. And I'm going to show y'all that we're go in first stitch. Okay, so we're back to the first stitch. So here is this screen. So it's not where we want it to be. It's not where we want it to be. We want to move it just a little bit. So you have this screen right here where it says you can move it this way, you can move it that way, you can hit that center button, it'll center it in there, which is already centered, or you can move it up. As you can see, it moves that design up. You want to move it down, you can move that design down. So it makes it where you can you embroider hats? Absolutely, Samantha. So with the hats, you have to have they have something that's called sticky stabilizer. The sticky stabilizer is the ones that because I used to embroider hats. Hold on, I'm going to turn here so I can talk to you for a minute. So with the hat embroideries, yes, absolutely, Lorraine. So with the hat embroideries, what I find, because they have the hat hoops, DURKE, I think, is the one that has hat hoops. But what you can do is you take in your hoop a sticky stabilizer. And I learned this the bad way, but on the sticky stabilizer, hoop the stabilizer without pulling the top off. Once you get it hooped in there, take and trim just the top thing off and pull that off. That way the sticky's not within your hoop. And then you take that hat. Do I have a hat? Hold on. Let me grab one of my husband's hats. That way I can kind of explain it. That way I can explain it. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. Because, y'all, this is question day. I am here to answer y'all's questions today. So ask all you want. That's what today's live. We're having an extended live on learning any and everything you want to do about it with an embroidery machine. Be right back. I'm going to grab a hat. Be right back. Stay there. I'm limited on space, so I'm having to squeeze around here. I said I was grabbing his hat. I grabbed my hat. The heck with it. We're going to take my hat. So I'm going to take my hat. But hold on. Let me plug up my phone. That way my phone does not. Oh, I already did. Okay. So good morning. Good morning. So I'm going to turn y'all back here. So the question is, if y'all didn't hear, the question is can you embroider hats on a machine like this? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can embroider hats. So here is a hat. So what you do is you take your hoop and you hoop the sticky stabilizer. And like I said, with the sticky stabilizer, you want to make sure that you hoop, because on the sticky stabilizer, you have a top that you pull off and then it's sticky. It's really sticky, y'all. Sometimes I've used it like 2 or 3 times, which makes it nice. I don't have any. I'm sorry. I don't have any to show you. But you hoop that stabilizer, and then once you hoop that stabilizer, you take and you trim the top of it, not all the way through, just that top piece of paper, because you're gonna realize it. And the top piece of paper is almost like freezer paper, kind of like freezer paper. So what you do is you do that, then you take your hat and you turn it like this, and then you stick this portion right here. This portion right here, you stick that to the sticky stabilizer, and then you hoop it into your machine, and then you're able to embroider right here. So like I said, they have some hoops that are made for these machines for hats. So check those out. They work out fairly well. So my hunt for heroes. This is my hunt for heroes hat, y'all. All right. So back to the machine. So like I said, what we're going to do this morning, y'all, is we're going to go ahead. We're going to do ask all the questions you want, because that's what today's about. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to run a mug rug. We're going to run a mug rug on this machine. Then we're going to move over to the other machine. The other machine's a bigger machine. We are going to go through whatever you want to. Yesterday we quilted in the hoop. We can make some templates again. I can show y'all how to do a template if you'd like. On that way you can quilt in the hoop. So, and y'all, you can, I don't care if you have a little 4x4 hoop or all the way, because you can quilt in the hoop with your little bitty hoops. So if you have this hoop right here, you can still quilt in the hoop, and I can show you all how to do a template with this little bitty hoop. We can do one with this little bitty hoop. So nice, Diana. Nice. Very cool. They work out fairly well. So yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Even the 4x4 hoops, because y'all, you have your bigger hoops, you got your smaller hoops, but a lot of y'all only have, the little 4x4 hoop. I want all y'all to be able to do what we do here. So we're going to have some fun with that 4x4 hoop too. But Beans, we're showing a mug rug on there. Y'all want to start with a mug rug? Shall we start with a mug rug? Let's have some fun with a mug rug, y'all. Why not? Why not? Right? I know. I wish I had a blank hat. I want to do a hat now too. Don't forget your coffee, y'all. Don't forget your coffee. All right, we're going to do a mug rug. I'm going to walk through the process of doing a mug rug. So we're going to go ahead and hoop some stabilizer. I'm going to show y'all what stabilizer we use. And then we're going to move to the next step. So, and if I'm going too fast, slow me down, y'all. Slow me down. Oh, nice. That's a good idea, Diana. That is a good idea. So I used to do hats for my husband for work. Absolutely. We will, Deidre, we'll have to add hats to a schedule. We made a hat, but let's add hats to a schedule and we will do hats one day. That is a phenomenal idea. That's a phenomenal idea. Why not? Let's have some fun, y'all. So I kept I'll send me a message. I'll tell you. Send me a message. I'll tell you. Every once in a while I get myself in trouble and I'm trying not to, and we haven't got there yet today. So I'm hoping we don't get there. Thank y'all for joining, and I appreciate it. We have a few over here on YT. They said we're going to be on both. We're going to be on both. So if you want to see me on the big screen, hop on YT. Oh no, you're good, Diana. You're good. I'm trying to. We're good. We got to help each other here. So, but let's. I'm gonna throw you. Okay, coolness. Yeah, you see me on the big screen there. So, and then I also put the designs on there. So the designs are there. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to hoop this. We're going to do a mug rug. Let me go through that process again of, do y'all want me to show you? Well, we'll do loading it on the thumb drive from the other one. We'll do loading it on the thumb drive from the other one. So, so what we did is I'll go back through that process right quick and then we'll hoop this. I'm going to go back through that process. That way y'all can see this one more time. So we're going to go back home. We're going to go back home. So we're back at this screen. So what we're going to do is we want to load a design that I have on the embroidery machine. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to click embroidery. We're going to click this first one, and just to walk through the steps again. So you have this one is if it's saved to the embroidery machine. This one right here, the second one, oops, I don't want to go back there, close. The second one is if it's on a USB thumb drive. So you have your USB thumb drives in there. And then your next one is if you plugged it directly up to your computer. If you plug that directly up to your computer, that the one with a USB connection and a little mouse, it has the little mouse on there. That one's there. So, and this one is actually from, that one looks like it's still plugged up to USB. That one transmits. So this one you actually, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at that one to see because I think it's the cloud one. But anyways, so we're going to go from the computer or from the actual designs here. And then I'm going to go ahead and click that design. So we're going to go ahead and stitch out that design. So we're going to click sewing because we've loaded it. It's right there, centerized. So, and this is a 7x7. So we know we need at least a 7x7. This is a 10x10 hoop. So we're going to use a 10x10 hoop for the 7x7 design on here. So let's go ahead and turn back this way. I'm going to turn. We're just going to keep it turning today. Just keep it turning. Just keep it turning. So good morning, Irie. How are you? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to hoop. Move this. We are going to hoop. So I have some no-show mesh stabilizer. So the no-show mesh stabilizer I'm going to show you is, so as you can see, it's like, I mean, it's like a piece of fabric. It's like a piece of fabric, but it's a pretty good stabilizer. And the nice thing is with these mug rugs, because with the mug rugs, you want it to be, fairly soft, and with the paper stabilizer, it kind of crunches, and trying to take it off and sometimes turning it doesn't work as well. So they have different stabilizers that you could use. So these ones, y'all, I'm still loving this one. I mean, y'all, get your hot cocoa out. Get your hot cocoa out. How fun are these? So this is what we're going to stitch out right now. This is what we're going to stitch out. And y'all get to pick a design that we're going to, do we want a Christmas design? We've been on a Christmas theme lately. I have some new really cool ones that we can look at right quick. And maybe we'll put one of these on there. So we'll put one of these on there. We'll see what we got going. All right. So thank you, Irie. So what we're going to do is we're going to hoop this. So we're going to take this here and we're going to put it in the hoop. And I'm going to turn here. Turn you there. There we go. So we have the hoop. So you have on this hoop, you have your bottom hoop and you have your top of the hoop. So the bottom is, you want to make sure the bottom one is the one that you have laying down here. So this is where you're going to take your stabilizer and you're going to lay it right on top here. And as you see, it doesn't completely cover all of it, but it's okay because if you look at this one, you have a section here that as long as it's in there and because the open parts are going to get covered by this, so you're okay. So we're going to pop this in here like this. And then you're going to take and you're going to kind of, because you'll see that you have little sections here and you're going to just pull up on those little sections here. Pull up on the little sections. So these, we'll move you back this way a little bit. So you'll see that it's all hooped. So we're going to pull it. So as you can see, you pull it, get it a little tighter. And that's a nice thing about that no-show mesh stabilizer. You can pull pretty good and it doesn't rip. So there we go. See? It's pretty tight. So I'm going to put you back over there. So now we need to pick a design. Y'all, I've been having fun with the transfers. So do we want to do a Christmas one? Let's see. Hold on. I have some fun ones. Let's see. Because I had thought about, it was funny because I was dreaming last night. I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot about those. I had forgot about, because I had some. Yeah, I went crazy on design. So, but I had come across, I had printed some off. Hold on, I got to see if I can find them right quick. I printed some off. We're done with Halloween. We don't want Halloween. There is the other Christmas ones. So we have, are we doing Christmas? Is that what y'all want is Christmas? Because we could do Christmas. Because we have some Christmas ones. But I had thought about, so y'all, what about these? We have not done one of these yet. So I have a couple of them. I have a snowman Christmas. We're doing Christmas. I have to stop me when you see one you want to do. I have a deer one. Let's see, we have a couple. We have one. It's just this one's kind of pretty. This one's kind of pretty. This is like a snow theme or a theme. So the deer, we can do the deer. I tell you, first one that stopped me, and we have a couple options. Hold on. We'll do the deer. We're going to do the deer. These are too much fun. Too much fun, y'all. The hot cocoa wants to come back out again. So looks like these. So we have, let's go 1 or 2. That's upside down. So 1 or 2. One's got a bigger, I'm almost thinking, I don't know. They're both cool. I'm thinking this one. How about this one? Yeah, I'm thinking that one. Okay. We're going to go with that one. We are going to go with that one. So let's find a, do we want to go dark? Do we want to go on dark? Do we want him on dark? That is the backdrop. That'll make it pop with that gold. That'll make it pop with the gold, y'all. I think that might be okay. Looks good. Okay. We're going to go with that. So now I need a piece of that. We need to turn the iron on. Turn that iron on. Turn the iron on. almost thinking. Hold on, I'm grabbing a piece of fabric to put that on. Okay. Because we'll put that on there. That way, just in case it goes. Okay, that'll work. So now what we need, so yeah, so we're going to do that. So we're going to press that one on there. So pull it out of the fun, what do you call it? The fun drawer. The fun drawer, it's got all kinds of fun squares in, so. Don't forget your coffee this morning. I got some tea out because, y'all, we're having an extended live today. We're having an extended live. So fun. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate it. So we're going to get this pressed on here, and then we're going to move over to the embroidery machine. So we have the design loaded in there. Then we have the stabilizer loaded, but we need to load some bobbin thread because we need to load some bobbin thread because I only have so much on there. So we're going to go ahead and put a new bobbin in there. We're going to put a new bobbin, and y'all, I found these pre-wound bobbins sometimes trying to find the end of the bobbin. Oh, there it is. Trying to find the end of the bobbin. Thank you for the heart, me. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. So the end of the thread sometimes is not very fun to find. Not very fun to find. So just as an FYI too, FYI, we're coming back over here for a minute, y'all. So on this thread, so you see how it pulls this way. So it pulls to the right of your machine. You want to make sure that it pulls to the right of your machine when you load it in there. Because if you put it in there the wrong way, you're going to notice that it's not going to stitch correctly. It's not going to stitch correctly because it's going to come this way, and it's going to give it that extra, what do you call it? Thread guide kind of thing, and it's too much. So it needs to go this way. So you pop it in there, and there's usually a little thing right here. It says which way it needs to go. And then you just wrap it around there. Put it that way. Okay. And then we're going to take and we're going to load in the hoop. And this right here. So this is your embroidery arm. This is something that y'all really need to make sure, and you got to pay attention, because if you'll notice that as your machine gets older, or sometimes some of the hoops just slide kind of stiff, you'll notice, and it's nothing wrong with the hoop or anything, but hold on to this. So you hold on to this, and as you slide it in there, that way when you're sliding, this doesn't move, because if that moves, it's gonna mess with the way it stitches out. It's gonna actually move it over, move it up, it'll move it around. So there. So now that one's ready. So we're gonna come back over this way, and we're gonna go ahead and press. So we're gonna put this onto this piece of fabric. So this will be the second piece of fabric that we add. So so what we'll do is we'll get this added. This is the one I got a couple months ago, Miss Cynthia. Okay, so we're going to take this right here, and we are going to press this on here. I'm going to turn you that way. Sorry about that. So we're pressing this on here right quick. And this is just a DTF transfer, y'all. This is just a DTF transfer. We're adding to a piece of fabric here. Sometimes. There we go. If you can just get one side of it done. And then once you get the transfer on there, you always want to get this pressed. You're pressing it in, and that way really sets that transfer into there. So we're going to turn that back off. So here we go. So we're going to add this to the middle. So is that not pretty? How pretty is that? Pretty. So now what we need to do is we need to go back over to the machine, because we're doing a mug rug, y'all. We're doing a mug rug. So I'm going to move y'all there. Make sure. Move there. There we go. Okay. So we have the design loaded in here. So our first stitch that we want to do is the what do you call it? Batting. We want to add batting. So on the mug rugs, you always want to add that first one. So what we're going to do is you run that first stitch. The first stitch is just going to stitch onto the stabilizer. It's going to tell you where exactly to put that piece of batting. So we're going to run, hold on. We need to put new bobbin or new thread in there. And y'all, I almost ran out of thread on the last one. Didn't even realize. So we're going to pull it out that way. Y'all, that was close. Talk about close. That was close. So let me, what color of thread? I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to use gold or blue, y'all. Gold or blue? Which one y'all think? Gold or blue? Gold or blue, y'all? Tell me. Gold. Okay. So we're gonna go gold. We're gonna go with the gold. I'm like, I don't know. So I'm using the stand on my serger because I don't like the sideways stand. That's just my personal preference. Everybody has their own personal preference, however you want to do it, because your machine comes with those sideways thread holders. So this is a thread holder that is sideways. I don't like the sideways ones. And I have another one here that is a sideways one. I like the straight up ones. So I use my serger over here as a thread stand for this machine. So, okay. So we're going to run that first stitch. We're going to run that first, stop. It got stuck. Hold on. As you see, I have that scissors in there. It's going to mess with it. So mishaps. So we got to turn the machine off so it can readjust the embroidery arm. So y'all, this is what happens in embroidery. Sometimes nothing works perfect every time. So y'all get to see it all. So do we have birthdays? Yay, birthdays. Yours did that the other day. Yeah, you got to be careful when it does that because as you'll see that arm move? It automatically adjusts that arm. So you have to be careful on it. And then you just go back to it. So we're going to go back into the design. So thank you. We don't want no PS5. Okay. So we're going to load that back in there. Let's try this again. So yeah, you do, Susan. Absolutely, Susan. Good morning, Susan. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, so we're going to drop that down. So now what it's going to do is it's going to do that first stitch, and it's going to tell us exactly where we need to put that batting. We're going to see exactly where we need to put the batting here. So it'll run that first stitch here. And then I'm going to get a piece of batting while it's running that stitch. Batting is, I'm seeing if I have any scrap batting, because if not, I may have to, hold on. Batting. Okay, I found some batting. Okay, so scissors. And Miss Susan, I sent you a package yesterday, just FYI. It was not your quilt. It was the ornaments you had asked for. So, and that was my gift to you. Okay. So we take a piece of batting and we're going to run that stitch again. So we're going to put that in here and we're just floating the fabric, y'all. We are just floating the fabric. Good morning, Pearl. How are you? So we're going to drop that down. And it's going to stitch around here again. So you just kind of watch as it stitches, because you want to make sure that it doesn't bunch that batting on there. Because sometimes when you're floating that fabric, sometimes it'll like bunch and then it creates like a knot. So I try to make it where it doesn't do that. Be careful that you don't stitch your finger. Okay, so it's going to stop. And then so we're going to go back over here. So I'm going to pop that off here. And we're going to come back over here and I'm going to show y'all. We're going to come back over this way. So on here, you'll see that you have that stitch. You'll see that you have that stitch. So what we're going to do is you're going to take your scissors. Oh. So you want to take these scissors right here, and these are like for embroideries. These are like for embroideries. So what you're going to do is you're going to take and you're going to trim around, and you're going to get as close as you can to that stitch without actually trimming the stitch. You want to just trim right around that. So take and trim, or we're going to trim around this. And I'll show you, once I get it trimmed here, I'll show you how that works. But you're trimming just as close as you can to that stitch without actually trimming the stitch. So we're going to keep going here. Get it trimmed. And this is more or less kind of the way you do in the hoop applique too, because we're kind of doing an applique on here, but with this, we're taking out the bulk that would be in the seam. Because if we didn't trim the batting and we just put the top on there, you would have a bulky seam, and we don't really want a bulky seam on there. So we're going to get this all trimmed up. Just trimming. Happy Tuesday to y'all, and happy Veterans Day to any of y'all veterans out there. My fellow vets. I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate everybody. Okay. So I'm going to show y'all. So we have that all trimmed. And as you can see, I'm going to move up close here. As you can see how close that is to there? See how close that is on there? Up close. So you go really close on, no. So up close there. Thank you. So close on there. So now what we're going to do is, now we have this. So we're gonna put it back into the embroidery machine. Sorry, DJ, we'll do close on the next one. We'll do close on the next one because we're gonna be trimming more. We're gonna be trimming more, and I'll show you. So we'll go back to the embroidery machine. So we're gonna go back this way. So we're back at the embroidery machine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna load, and don't forget, you hold that arm. Hold that arm when you put the hoop in, because if you don't hold that arm, you take the chance on it moving, and you don't want it to move. So now we're going to take this piece of fabric. Is that not pretty? We're going to take this piece of fabric and we're going to put over the top that we just stitched. So we're going to put that foot down and we're going to let it stitch. And this is another one where you want to actually hold it as it's stitching down, because you're floating that piece of fabric right there on the top. You want to hold that piece of fabric down. Thank you. So holding that down, and as it's going, you'll see it stitching around. But if you don't hold it and don't stick your finger, you don't want it to have a knot there. So, and you're going to see it's actually going to stitch around. Okay, so here we go. So now it's going to actually come and it's going to do that center one. It's going to do the center one. So here it comes to the middle. So on here, it's going to go ahead and stitch the center one. And this is where on here, so you see how it has that center applique there? That's what we're doing now. We're going to do that center applique. stitch that out. And I just thought of another thing we can do today, and I can show y'all how to do. Y'all, we're going to do a Christmas ornament today, too. We're going to do one of those. See, I'm thinking of things. Okay, so now we've done the same thing. And y'all, it doesn't, what do you call it? It doesn't call for batting at this step, but I like to give it a little extra batting because if you notice on here, you see how it makes the, let's go this way. See how it gives it like a 3D effect on here. But what is the base that is hooped? That is a no-show mesh stabilizer. So are you talking about this? I have no-show mesh stabilizer in the hoop. Okay, so, but as you can see, there's like a 3D effect here. So I like to add an extra batting. So what I do on this step, instead of adding the fabric, I go ahead and add, let's see, is that, as you can see, I use scrap batting. I use scrap batting here. So, but this one gets a little tricky. So you add this one in here. So you add the batting here. But then we've got to center. We have to center this in here. We're going to have to center this in here somehow or another. So now what we're going to do is, so if we notice, this is right there at the edge on this stitch, right there at the edge on that stitch. So we know where that's at. So we're going to come in here, and is that one big? That one's not big enough. We need a bigger piece of batting. I think this one will be big enough. That one's big enough. Okay, so we're going to use that one. So this is at the edge of that stitch. Again, here's the edge of that stitch of that design. So we need to center this one in here. And this is where you're doing this applique. So we're going to take and we're going to put this in here. So we know that's at the edge of the design. That one's at the edge, but let's look. So we need to come this way because we're going to have a little bit of blue. We're going to have a little bit of the blue on the outside. That's kind of why I decided to do the blue, because I think it's going to make it pop in there. So we're coming away that way, and we're just kind of center it here. We're going to come down a little bit. We're going to see where it's at on top. You're just kind of picking it up, and you're just kind of eyeballing it, y'all. You're kind of eyeballing it and hoping that you get it where you need it here. Hoping you get it where you need it and see what happens. We're going to see what happens here. I think we're okay. All right. Y'all ready for this? That almost sounds like football, right? That almost sounds like football. Ha! It isn't in the hoop design, Pearl. Sorry, I missed your comment. It isn't in the hoop design. So we're going to go ahead and start. And this is a juju. This is a juju, y'all. The design is a juju. So it's going to go around. I think I actually got it. Ooh, y'all. Here we go. Not too bad. So now I will show you, I'll show you the up close of how we trim it. I'll show you the up close of how we trim it, because we have to trim this one. So we got to get this one trimmed. So I'm going to show y'all an up close of that. So let me pull this back out. So this is going to be pretty. This is going to be pretty, y'all. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your scissors. You're going to take your scissors here. Have to be careful showing the scissors too. So let me cut this big piece of batting off here. Okay. I'm going to try and show y'all up close. Here. So what you're going to do is we're going to see if we can do this here. So we're going to trim. Let me get up close. So let's see if we can do this here. So what you do is you take and you trim, and you hold the piece of fabric. You hold that piece of fabric as you're trimming, and you can see that you're holding it and you're just trimming right close to there. Good morning, Beverly. How are you? I'm trying to show how to trim around these. So, all right, Pearl. So we're going to keep trimming around, and you just kind of keep trimming as close as you can to that design. And I don't know, I don't think I can hold it and do that. So we're gonna see if we can come closer this way. move y'all that way. We're going to see if we can come closer this way. Does that work okay? Okay. So we're going to trim. And so you just hold it up. As you hold it up, it helps you pull it up and it helps you get close to that seam. See how I just hold it and then just keep cutting? And it doesn't, you're kind of close to the seam, but yet you're not trimming. You're not trimming. Yes, thank you, Deidre. If you don't have a pair of these, check them out because they're called embroidery scissors and they work out pretty good. They're like a must-have if you're going to do in the hoop embroideries because they work for trimming your fabric like this. So, and they're kind of curved. They're kind of curved. So we're going to keep trimming around. Keep a trimming. Just keep a trimming. And this we're trimming the batting and that top fabric here, y'all. Wasn't quite totally centered, but it's still okay. It's still okay. Okay. So there's that. So we have got that trimmed. We've gotten that trimmed. So let's go back here. We're going to go back here. And we're going to try. I have obstacles here, y'all. I have obstacles. Thanks for the bubble gum, y'all. Thanks for the bubble gum. So we may have to tell a joke later. We may have to tell a joke later. I don't know. We'll see what the vibe is. If we can get all the bubble gums, blowing gum. If we can get all the bubble gums today, I'll tell a joke. But I have to make sure all y'all are okay with the joke first. So, okay. So we've loaded in. Thank you, Irie. We've loaded in the design. So we've trimmed around it. So with being trimmed around it, now we need to run the next stitch. Now we need to run that next stitch. So we're going to drop that foot. And what it's going to do is right there where we've trimmed around it, it's going to zigzag and stabilize that right there. So Cynthia, it's a funny one, but I have to make sure everybody's okay with that joke though. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thanks for joining. So as you see, it's going to do that zigzag stitch. So it's more or less, we're doing more or less a applique in the kind of an applique in the hoop. But as you can see, it's kind of puffed out. I'm in a puffin mood today. So it's kind of puffed out. And with it puffed out, I think it's going to stitch out pretty cool. I think it'll stitch out pretty cool here. So thank y'all for joining this morning. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate it. And please think of what you want to know about embroidery. Ask any questions you want to know about embroidery, y'all, because that is what we're doing today. Anything you want to know about embroidery, start asking. Start asking because I'm here to answer your question for you. So we're going to drop down. And as you can see in the hoop, you see that design? I'm going to move y'all over here. So you see right there, it's actually showing what it's going to stitch next. It's actually showing what it's going to stitch next. So it's actually going to stitch this inside quilting into there. So that's the nice thing of it on there because you know exactly what that next stitch is. So we're going to go ahead and hit start. And so what it's going to do, so on here, can you see, I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if you can see that. So, because this is my older machine that I got a couple months ago. And then, so we're using that one and you can see right here. So I can't say exactly what it is. Thanks for the follow. No, so on there, so the bobbin thread does not have to match, because as you can see here, I'll show you. So this is what we're doing. So we're doing an in the hoop mug rug. So I'm going to turn this inside out and I'm going to show you what this looks like. So I'm going to turn this inside out. That way you can see. So on the back side of this one, you see it's got white thread. It has white thread back here. And with the white thread, I mean, but you're on there, you're covering it up with the back side of it. So it does, Deidre. It'll give you the step by step on how to do that. So yeah, and they're phenomenal. They are phenomenal, right, Diana? I love them. So yes, and that's what I said. These come from there. These come from there. I did not create these designs, so. You are very welcome, Melissa. Ask any questions you want. That's what I am here today. We have an extended live going today. We have an extended live going today, and that's what we're here for today, is to learn how to do embroideries and learn how to do embroideries. So we're going to do this one. So we're going to do this in the hoop mug rug, and then I think the next one we're going to do is, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? So, yay! Good morning, Jeanette. Good morning, and good morning, Amy. Good morning. Epic Designer is at 1 or 2. Epic Designer. You mean behind me? So this is a 980Q. 980Q behind me. That one's not the embroidery. That, because you have one that's an embroidery and mine's not the embroidery one. So I was like 98 Designer Epic. So mug rug. So here's your mug rug. Your mug rug. Your cup of coffee. Mug rug. So it's to put on the counter, to put your cup of coffee, to put your glass of tea. It keeps the heat off your counter. It keeps the moisture off your counter. Yeah, like a coaster. Yeah, they're they're fun. They work out great. They work great, and you can add a theme to them. You can add a theme to them. That's what I love about them, is you have so many different ones for all year long, and they're fun. I almost took a drink of my tea. I'm not ready for tea yet. I still want coffee. Yes, that's what they're for. That is what they're for. So we're going to keep going here. We're going to go here. And so so the next stitch it's going to do is, it's going to do that satin stitch. And the satin stitch, y'all, if y'all don't know what a satin stitch is, I'm going to show y'all what a satin stitch is. So around here, I'm going to show you up close. This right here is a satin stitch. It goes really close here. What it does is it goes, it's like a really close zigzag kind of thing. So it works out really well. Works out really well. So I'm going to go back this way, and we're going to go ahead and get going on that satin stitch. Y'all, this is so pretty. Look, that is stitching out really cool. Stitching out really, really pretty. And the gold was a perfect color, y'all. Thank you. Isn't that gorgeous? Y'all, we got to thank Juju because they created this design. We got to thank Juju because they created this design. How fun is that? And y'all, they have a smaller one. So if you just have a smaller 4x4 hoop, this is like a 4x1 for a 4x4 hoop. So they have the smaller designs too. And you can see how much smaller it is. So if you just have the smaller hoop, you can still make them. You can still make them with the smaller hoops. So don't forget your coffee, y'all. Get your drink of coffee. Hold on. Let me answer a question on here right quick. There we go. Yes, we're going to go over to the other machine here in a few. We're going to go over to the other machine here in a few because, y'all, this design, I actually created this design. So this is actually my design. So we're going to actually go over there and we're going to we're going to have some fun with this. We're going to have some fun with this one. So, but I figure we could use a few of them. We can use a few of them. So I've got 3 different machines, embroidery machines. I've got a few other machines in here. So, but yeah, pin the question. Yes. So I'm using that one. Yeah, so I'm using this one right now. We're going to move over to the other machine. We're going to use that one. Tell us about your machines. I can tell you about about the machines. So we have, I have the Quattro 2. I got that one off of MP. Absolutely, Sam. Absolutely. So it is a Moda. It's, if you, Cynthia, can you tell them what the printer is? Yay, Miss Amy. Yay. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Yes, thank you. So I got that one off of there. And y'all, it works phenomenal. As you can see, it stitches out really well. So I know I had somebody yesterday reach out to me and ask me if I'd give them a call and look at the machine. Yes, thank you. That is the printer I use. That is the printer I use. And I'm going to actually do a walking step of that printer. And I may do that this week so y'all can see how I print designs. But anyways, I had somebody call or send me a message yesterday and asked if I would call them and look at the machine that they were going to look at. So absolutely. I love helping y'all. I am here to help y'all. If I can help y'all and make sure that you're getting something that is good and a good value. She got a phenomenal value on the machine she got yesterday. So I'm excited for her. So, but anyways, I have that machine. This machine here, my husband got me when we went to a long arm class in California. This was a floor model. That I got. Y'all, this machine will sew through 16 layers of fabric. We're going to have to do that one day. I literally tested it, and it will sew through 16 layers. It is phenomenal. So, yes, absolutely, Cynthia. So then I also have a Topaz 50. I've got a Topaz 50, which is a Husqvarna. That is an embroidery machine. Well, it's an embroidery sewing all-in-one machine that I use. So that one I also got off MP. And then I have the bigger version of this, which is a Luminaire 2. So thank you for the follows. Thanks for the follows. So today, if y'all are just joining today, we are having an extended live today. We thank you for the heart me's. So we are having an extended live today. Do you do anything special to the material after you print, i.e. laminate? No. So let me reiterate something before we. So this right here is the fabric. I do the fabric. So this is what I print. I print the fabric ones, and the fabric ones has like the stabilizer on the back. So that is actual fabric. So this is cotton fabric. I print these. These designs right here are actually DTF transfers. I do not print these. I actually order these. So on those. So these are actual DTF transfers. If you Google DTF transfers, you'll see exactly what those are. But these ones are printed on fabric. These are cotton prints. What I do with these, you just make sure that when you wash them, you wash in cold water. So when you wash them in cold water, and somebody said the other day, add a tablespoon or a teaspoon of vinegar to your wash, and it helps it from fading too. So, but I haven't had an issue with them. These are fun. We may have to do something with these today. What do you think? Are those not fun? So anyways, how long have I been embroidering? I have been embroidering since, let's go back because my first machine I ever had was, you're welcome, Andy. Please ask questions, y'all. That's what we're here for today. So I have been embroidering so I got out of the military in 2001. I started embroidering in, I think 2003. I think 2003 was the first, when I started embroidering. I just had a little 4x4 Disney machine. Y'all, I used that for probably 5 or 6 years. I had so much fun with that little machine. I did a Sunbonnet Sue quilt. And y'all, those designs are phenomenal. If you want to know where those designs are, shoot me a message because we're going to say EM Library. EM Library is where I got them. The Sunbonnet Sues, they have Sunbonnet Sues. They have Sunbonnet Sams, the overhaul Sam. There are some really gorgeous designs, and they have some gorgeous designs on there anyway. So, but yeah, that's how long I've been doing embroidery. Yes, Cynthia, that is completely it. But check that out. So lots of fun. So, but yeah, keep asking questions, y'all. Keep asking questions. That's what we're here for is to learn. That is what we're here to learn. So like I said, we're going to get this one stitched out here, and then we're going to move over to the other machine. And We'll have some fun with this. We're going to have some fun with this. Yes, they do, Cynthia. Yes, they do. So, good morning, coolest dad. What is your favorite thing to embroider? I don't know. I have so many. I don't know. I'm on a kick of mug rugs right now, but I have to say my favorite thing to embroider is memory quilts. So, or graduation quilts. I guess you could say graduation quilts. So the graduation quilts, on the graduation quilts, they're fun. So on those, you'll have like 12 different squares. And what you do is you get quotes from mom, you get quotes from dad, you get quotes from grandma, your friends, family, all those things in there. And then what you do is on the quilt, you more or less, whatever whatever their favorite color is. If they're going in the military, I did one for somebody that was going into the Air Force. I did a quilt with the theme of an Air Force on it. I had planes and stuff on it, but then I did quotes from family members. You can make it religious quotes, whatever you want to do. But the thing is with those kind of the memory quilt or the graduation quilts, the coolest thing is they're going off to college. They're going off to the military. They have that quilt that they're taking with them. They have a piece of home. So they're laying there and they're missing home so bad, but they're laying there and they have that quilt on them. They're able to go through and they're able to read those quotes on there, and it gives them a piece of home right there with them. So it makes them feel, closer to home and not missing home as much. So yeah, so that's probably my favorite thing to do. I don't know. I love all embroidery. All embroidery. So it is, memory quilts are very cool. Memory quilts, graduation quilts, whatever you want to do, however you want to do them on those. So lots of fun. So, but like I said, we're going to get this mug rug stitched out. Once we get this mug rug stitched out, we're going to go over to the other machine. We're going to have some fun on the other machine, because we are going to stitch out one of these guys. And what these guys is an ornament. So it's an ornament that we did. So I created this design on that machine over there. So we're keeping stitching over here. We got about three more minutes in there. So the software I use, we're going to try and not get in trouble here. Let's see. Can I make a comment in there? Hold on. I know how I can do it. So Miss Amy, I just posted so I'm on YT also, y'all. I'm on YT. So Miss Amy or Cynthia, I just posted the name of the software I use. So I have to be careful on naming what I use or whatever, because they tell me, oops, nope, sorry, you can't say that. We'll see if, thank you, Amy. So y'all, so this is, I'm going to pin. So that is what I use to create designs. That is what I use to create the designs, y'all. Thank you, Amy. You're very welcome. And it's an easy, and they have step by step videos. They have all kinds of different videos that you can use. I actually posted a video of creating a quilt in the hoop quilting design on there. So fairly easy to use. They have lots of videos to use on there. So works out pretty well. So, this design I did not create. This one is a Juju design. So love that site. And I'm just going to get dinged because I just said that word. Oh my gosh, no. Fun. Cynthia, I'm trying, Cynthia. I'm trying. I know. We're good so far. Knock on wood. We're good so far. So hopefully we stay that way. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do it. It is hard. So I'm going to do this a little differently, y'all. So this is actually meant to have a piece of fabric on the back side, and then it takes and does a zigzag stitch around that. I don't like it that way. Just as then, and again, this is my personal preference. So I'm going to go into that plus and minus, and I'm going to, because this is the last stitch. This is the last stitch on this one, but I just want it to stitch around the outside. That way I can add. So I'm going to increase that stitch and go, I'm going back to the first stitch. I'm going to go back to that first stitch that just stitches around the edge. That way I can go and add, and I'm going to show you, we're going to swing. We just keep a swinging, just keep a swinging. So I'm going to grab a couple pieces of fabric here. So what I do is, right. So what I do on here, oh, here we go. So on here, I just put this on the back. And like I said, this is just, you're welcome, Pearl. This is just my preference. Everybody has their own preference. So I skip that last stitch on there and I go back to the first stitch and I just have this and I just turn it inside out. And I'm going to show y'all how this works. I'm going to show y'all how this works right quick. And I know I always keep repeating myself. So, but I can't help myself. I can't help myself. It's just who I am. Okay. So we're going to turn that iron back on because we're going to press these. Because what we're going to do with these is we're going to take, thank you, Cynthia. Okay. Well, I'm trying, y'all. I am trying. So you're going to take this piece of fabric and you're going to fold it in half. So you're going to fold that one in half and we're going to go this way. There we go. So you're going to fold it in half like this. And you're going to take this one right here and you're going to do the same thing. Fold it in half, and then we're going to press it with the iron right quick. We're going to let that iron heat up. We're going to press it with the iron because what we're doing is we're adding this to the back here. We're adding this to the back. So I'm going to press that. Give it a press. And then we're going to go back over. And like we said, we've gone back to the first stitch. We've gone to that first stitch. We've skipped that last stitch. We've skipped that last stitch. Here we go, guys. Here we go. So we're going to come back over this. We just keep it turning. Just keep it turning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So we're on that first stitch. We have stitched out every single one of those. And just as a reminder, over here on the sewing machine, so you have, this tells you the number of stitches it was on. So it was on this stitch right here. And like I said, you'll see that it was actually going to come do a zigzag stitch around the edge and finish it off with that. I don't want that. I don't want that. So that isn't how I like to finish mine off. I like to finish mine off this other way. So I go ahead and hit that plus button and it goes back to that first stitch. So I'm coming over here to the actual design and I've pressed two 10-inch squares and that it's whatever, what do you call it? Whatever, size of mug rug that you're doing is how you do this. Oh, thank you. It's warm. It's warm. So what you do is you take this, you put half of it here, make sure that it lines up because you have your stitching down here. Make sure it covers that stitching and covers the edge stitching over there. And then you're going to take this side and your fold goes to the inside. The fold goes to the inside, y'all. So then we're going to go up here and make sure it covers that top one again. Okay, so this is where the tape comes into play. Where'd my tape go? I got to get my tape. So medical tape, y'all. Your medical tape. So you're going to take and get a piece of your medical tape right here. This is what I use the thread holder for. So you're going to take a piece of that medical tape here and you're going to tape over here because what's going to happen is it's going to go around this way, come back up this way, and go up that way. So when it goes up that way, you don't want it grabbing that fabric and going over that. So we're going to drop that down, and you'll see, because you see right here, this is where I've put the tape. So it's going to stitch, and it's going to come around this way, and it's going to go down. And this one I don't have to worry about because it's just going to go right over that. So good morning, Miss Renee. Good morning. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. So there it goes over that stitch. And now you see it's coming this way and it's going to go across and then it's going to come up and then it's going to go over that tape. See how it goes over that tape and it doesn't grab the fabric? It works out really well. So thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follows, y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and run that next stitch. That way it just makes sure that it stays, it's the piece of fabric stays in there when we turn it inside out. So we're going to get this last stitch going. Once this one stitches, and I'm leaving the tape on there, I've made the mistake of taking the tape off. Sometimes if you take that tape off, it grabs that fabric. So you don't want to grab in the fabric on there. So here we go. Okay, so see how it just stitches right over the tape? It works out really well. So thank you, Miss Amy. You are phenomenal. Thank you, thank you. Coolest dad, you have to tell me, did you do the DTF transfers? Did you do the DTF transfers? We're going to swing back around this way. We're just a swinging. Okay, so I'm going to pop this off here. I am going to pop this off here. Thanks for the donuts. Can I have a donut? I want a donut this morning. Donuts sound good. Y'all, we should go make cinnamon rolls. Y'all like cinnamon rolls? Cinnamon rolls are yummy. Good morning. How's Miss Bonnie? How is Miss Bonnie this morning? Okay, so we've stitched this around. And so as you can see, these are the two. I'm going to take that tape off. So you take, see the tape, it just pops right off. It's just paper tape. Paper medical tape. Y'all Google paper medical tape. It works out really well. And you can just stitch right off and it comes right off. So yeah, we might have to go make some more coffee. I think I have more coffee. We may have to go fill my coffee up. So as you can see, so this is what we just did. So you have both of those on there. So what we're going to do is we're going to trim around there. We're going to leave about 1/4 of an inch. We're going to leave about 1/4 of an inch around there. So love cinnamon. Yes, I do too, Pearl. I love cinnamon rolls and I love making homemade cinnamon rolls. Okay, so we're going to trim around this. And like I said, you're going to leave about 1/4 an inch. So 1/4 of an inch on there. As you can see, we're going to leave that amount there. We're going to trim around because then we're going to turn it inside out and press it. We're just still trimming, y'all. Trimming. I got to watch what I'm doing instead of watching your screen because I'll end up cutting through the seam and then I'll be aggravated. We don't want to do that. Just keep it trimming. And yeah, like I said, the pattern doesn't call for this, but this is just how I like to do it. Everybody does it differently. You know, it's all in what you like. So this is just how I like to finish them off. So, and you don't use as much thread this way, y'all. That satin stitch, the satin stitch uses a lot of thread, y'all. It uses a lot of thread. So, all right. So now what we're going to do is we have trimmed around it. As you can see, I did just like a 1/4 inch around the edge. You don't want to go too close because if you get too close, it'll pop out that seam. So now we're going to turn it inside. I'm excited to see this one. So we want to poke out the corners because you have a couple corners on here. You want to get those poked out. And then you have the round. You're going to kind of push it out. And I'm just using my finger. You don't want to use scissors because if you use scissors, yes, this is a mug rug. And y'all, the deer is gorgeous. I'm going to turn it this way because I don't want y'all seeing it yet. I'm being sneaky here. All right, so we're going to push that one out. And y'all, thanks for joining. If you have questions on embroidery, ask. If you've gotten questions on embroidery, just ask. Yes, absolutely, coolest dad. Absolutely. Are you on here? Is Off Kilter on here? Good morning. Thanks for joining. How are we doing? Good morning, y'all. Good morning. So yeah, if y'all are just joining, we are doing anything embroidery today. Oh my gosh, look at that, y'all. Look at that. Is that not cool? So now we're going to give it a press. But when you're using the DTF transfers, you want to make sure that you're not pressing on this side because it'll stick to your iron. If you're going to press this side, put a piece of fabric on the top. Put a piece of fabric on the top. So we're going to come back over here to the sewing or to my pressing mat, and we're going to give it a press. We're going to give it a press over here. We're going to move you that way. So we're going to press the back side. Press the back side here. And I add, make sure that's the top. I add one of my labels on here. I have some more coming in today. So we're going to add one of these here. Odd. Pull that off. And then when you do a transfer, you just want to put another piece of fabric on top. Put that there. Press that down. And then we're going to turn it over to this way. And I'm going to put a piece of fabric on top. As long as you put a piece of fabric on top, you're good. And then you press it down. And you give it another press. Give it another press there, y'all. And this, oh my gosh. Y'all, how cool is this? How cool is this? How cool is this? Y'all, I'm excited. Excited, y'all. So, are you trying to find me, Debbie? You're going to have to go to my YT. Right? So, do we want to do one of these? So, Debbie, if you click on my bio, you'll see my YT. You can find everything from there. Good morning, Miss Amy. Good morning. So, y'all, how cool is this? This is a cool. You're very welcome. They made TT makes it hard. Thank you, Miss Amy. Good morning. They make it very hard. So make it very hard. Okay. So next, y'all, shall we do one of these? Let's move on to one of these. Let's have some fun. And I'll show y'all how to do this because yes. So this one right here, the nice thing is it's double-sided, y'all. It is double-sided. These, Susan, yes, they do. So you just have to wash in cold water. Wash in the cold water. You don't want to dry it. You don't want to put them in the dryer. You just want to let them dry. Kind of like on a clothesline. I know a lot of y'all, if y'all know what a clothesline is, some of, is like I think it was my daughter-in-law asked one. She goes, what's a clothesline? Air dry. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. So now let's do one of these. Let's look and see which ones I've got here. We'll see which ones I've got because I know I have a whole drawer here. I know they're in here somewhere. They are in here. Where they at? Because I had them set out and then I think they're in here. They're in this stack. We're going to have to go through this stack and find them. Now we're going through a stack again, y'all. See, this is what happens. I need to organize. I've organized more than I had. So y'all are just coming this way because we're looking for, right? Y'all, I don't know. Me personally, I love a towel hung on a clothesline. Hung on a clothesline. Yes, a mug rug is just a big coaster. Because you know how some of your cups, especially like, your these cups are bigger cups. So they work out really well. Thank you very much. Thanks for the heart me's. Thank you. Yes, I love clotheslines. Thirst towels. Yes, Susan. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's so many different ones. I do my laundry hanging on a line. Right? I do too, Mandy. I do too. I love the smell of that. So, okay. So I have, hold on. I got to find, because they're in here somewhere, because we're going to make ornaments. We are going to do ornaments. They're in this stack. I had them all set out. There they are. There they are. I found them. I found them. So let me find. We have a gingerbread. We have a koala bear. I think I like this gingerbread better. I'm going to do that gingerbread. I like that gingerbread. Okay. So you guys are going to get to pick which one we're due here. Y'all, I'll show you which ones we got. And y'all get to pick. Penguin. It's cute. The giraffe is cute. So many different ones. Zebra. We'll see which one. Oh my gosh, those are cute too. There's so many. Y'all, I had too many options here. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. We're going to go that way. Okay. So we're going to go, I'm going to put these back. Okay. So I found them. So, okay. So we are going to make, where'd you go, dude? Where'd you go? There you are. So we're going to make one of these. We are going to make one of these. So Christmas ornament, 2-sided Christmas ornament. So, and we can do two. We can do two. Like I said, we're not on a time frame today. Okay. So y'all, I have pinned a comment. What size do you order? So I do I do not have them pre-cut. I order the gang sheet. So with the gang sheets, I do auto build gang sheets. I just throw all the designs I want in there, and these are 5-inch. So, and I usually do 5-inch because I like the mug rugs. I like doing mug rugs, and plus you can do all kinds of different size with that. So, and yeah, I don't have them pre-cut. So I just have a roll of the gang sheets that come in. So, okay. So we have giraffe, right? Here is the giraffe. So we have a giraffe. We have penguin. I think he's a penguin. So I'm going to show all of them to y'all, and then you get to choose. We have a dinosaur. We have a fun dinosaur. We have a koala bear. How cute is he? Right? Then we have, check this one out. We have a zebra. And y'all, right? I love koalas too. I used to have a stuffed koala bear. Y'all, the back side is hilarious. The back side of these are hilarious. So the zebra's fun. We have a bear. The bears are fun. So I get the designs and I have them printed, and then we make these. So then raccoon. Check out the raccoon, y'all. Oops. So the raccoon's fun. Raccoon is fun. Yeah, you're very welcome. Please ask all the questions. That's what we're here for today. So then we have a deer. Right, Pearl? It's like, which one do you choose? All right, Miss Amy. Hey, Tyler. Raccoon yeah. Raccoon is cool. I like the raccoon too. Gingerbread man. So, all right. Which one y'all want? So somebody's saying raccoon. Let's go back to the raccoon. Raccoon. So raccoon is cool. Right? That one's kind of cool. The koala. Okay, so we have raccoon. We have the koala bear. Let's look at the back side of the koala bear. Here's the back side of the koala bear. That one's kind of fun. Raccoon. So we got a couple of raccoons. Gingerbread. So we have the gingerbread man, koala, raccoon, koala. Okay, so I think we're down to koala and raccoon. So I'm going to put the rest of these up. Zebra. Oh, you like the zebra too. Right? I don't know, guys. I think raccoon. I'm thinking, oh, not raccoon. I'm thinking this one. I think we're going to do the raccoon. Y'all, we're going to do the raccoon. So, and maybe we can do two. Maybe we can do two. But we're going to start with this one. We are going to start with this one. Okay. So what we're going to do, because we're going over to the other embroidery machine. We are going over to the other embroidery machine. Okay. So what we're going to do is, because I think we're going to have to hoop another one. Yes. Isn't it fun? These are just fun, y'all. These are fun. So let me grab a hoop. Hoopty hoop. Hoopty hoop. And as you can see, this is what I made it on the last one. So we are going to hoop. I have the smaller magnetic hoop. And I think this is a 6x10 hoop. I think this is a 6x10 magnetic hoop. So, okay. So we're going to hoop this. Like I said, you have your bottom of your hoop. So the bottom of the hoop on this one is just your metal part. On this one, good morning, Miss Debbie. On this one, the blue or turquoise is the actual magnet. So this is the actual magnet on this one. So we're going to grab. Oops. So you want to use tearaway. You want to use tearaway stabilizer when you do these, because on these, you're going to actually stitch all the way around. Oh, I do have some sticky stabilizer. So because what you're going to happen on these is you're going to stitch all the way around. Once you stitch all the way around, these will pop out. They're going to pop out. So let's do that. So we're going to hoop this, and this is just this tearaway. Make sure, yep, tearaway. I always make sure, because once you pull them out, you can't see. You don't know what they are. So, and on these hoops, you have this portion right here. This is where you actually go and pull it off. So you want to make sure that this goes to the right-hand side of your hoop there. So that one, as you can see, it's like really tough here. So, okay. So now we have that loaded. We have that loaded. You can see it's kind of stiff. So now what we need to do is we need to press those two onto. Put this over here, because we're going to move over to the other embroidery machine. Put you there. Now I need to take. So I'm going to take Mr. Raccoon. Mr. Raccoon. Yes, right. So we're going to see if I have enough. I think it'll work. I'm thinking it'll work. Because I think if we put both of these here. So I'm going to put both in. This is a 10-inch piece of fabric here. This is a 10-inch piece of fabric. So what I'm going to do is I'm pressing these. These are DTF transfers. DTF transfers, y'all. So I'm pressing these DTF transfers, and you can see there's like kind of sticky stuff. Once the heat hits it, it sticks. So I'm pushing these onto a 10-inch piece of fabric. So this is what we're going to come up with. This is what we're going to come up with, y'all. So I'm going to take and we're going to press these on here. I'm going to press that one. And I kind of iron. I know it says press, but you know what? Sometimes Miss Carrie does what she wants, but that's okay. As long as it works, right? As long as it works. So I got that one off. As long as it comes off. Okay. As long as they come off. And then we want to take another piece of fabric and put on top. You don't want to press on top of that, because it'll melt onto your iron. That will melt onto your iron there, y'all. So then you take and you press it, and it sets it into that piece of fabric. It sets it into that piece of fabric. So there we go, guys. There we go. Okay. So now let's go over to the embroidery machine. Let's go over to the embroidery machine. The pre-cut. Okay, hold on. You asked a question. The pre-cut fabric. You mean these? Or just the plain? These ones right here? I get it on Big A. The Big A. Because you can order them in bundles. Order them in bundles. So they're called layer cakes. They're called layer cakes. So today, right? Is that not cute? So we are, thank you for the heart, me. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. So we are making a Christmas ornament. We're making a Christmas ornament. And y'all, anybody? So hold on. So as you can see, there's like a piece of plastic paper here. The design is on the back side of it. The design is on the back side of that. So you're actually pressing here and it presses into the fabric. And then when you pull that off of there, then the actual image is on the fabric. Yeah. So then once you press it there, then in order to be able to set it in, you take another piece of fabric and you put on top and then you press it on that. That way it's always covered. That way it's always covered. So thank you for the heart, me. Thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate it. So, but what we're going to do now, and we need some batting because, right? Is that not cute? Because I have a piece of batting, as I don't know if y'all can see. It's got like thick on here. So, right? So this is what we're going to do. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Okay. So we're going back over to this other embroidery machine because y'all, this is one that I created. This is one that I created. So we're going to have some fun with this. We're going to have some fun with this. And I will share this file. I'll share this file for you guys if you want to make your own. If you want to, and you don't even have to have a transfer. You can use any kind of piece of fabric. Like this would be cute. How cute would that be? Now we're blowing bubble gum, y'all. We're blowing bubble gum. Good morning, Dee Dee. How are you? So we're going to have some fun with this too. I don't know. We're going to figure out something. Anyways, so I'm going to take a piece of batting. So we need a piece of batting. We need 2 pieces of, and these are 5-inch cold. Yes, I agree. So we need 2 of these. And so we're going to take these here and a piece of batting, and we're going to go over to the sewing machine. What color do we want to use? Do we want to use red? Because we used red on the outside of this one. Do we want to use red on the outside? I think red might work. So we'll use for the quilting because it's getting quilted. It's getting quilted in here. So I got the hiccups. So we'll use red on the out. Ooh, green. We can do green. Tyler, you know what? We'll go with green because I like to do new people in here. You get to make choices too. So we'll make red on the next one. It was not subliminate, but that's a word I cannot say. Subliminate. Yeah, or like a candy cane. Oh, variegated thread. How about we do variegated thread, y'all? No, it is no. You do not have to be sorry at all. So there's just some words that I cannot say. The DTF transfer. If you search DTF, so Delta Tango, Delta Tango Foxtrot, DTF transfer. If you Google that, you'll be able to find what that is. And no need to sorry. No need to say you're sorry. Variegated thread. Hold on. Variegated thread. We are going to go. Do I have? Oh my gosh. How about this one, y'all? It has got red and white. So I think we're going to go with this one. The transfers down for. Oh, the last set. Oh, this one? Is this one what you're talking about? So this is actually, I got off the Big A and I printed it. So I printed this fabric. I printed this one. So machine's text strength. Yeah. Yeah. Did I ignore you, Tyler? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are we good with this? Are we good with this one? Can you see? It's variegated. Okay. We're going back over this way. We're going back. Are we good? Okay. So we're going to turn here. No, I was saying ignore. Okay. All right, Tyler. All right. I was going to say, I didn't mean to ignore you. If I did, I apologize. I apologize. Okay. So we're going to turn this way. I'm going to go fill my coffee up too while we're at it, y'all. So I'm going to turn the machine this way because we're going over to the other sewing machine. We're going to come this way. We're going to turn this way. We're going to go back up. I have to make sure we're going to go that way. Here we go. I'm going to move you up just a little bit. Move you up just a little bit. Is that okay, guys? Okay. I'm going to, hold on. Let me put more coffee creamer in and I'm going to fill my coffee up right quick. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. So the refrigerator's right behind me. Y'all, I'm in a fifth wheel. If y'all have never seen my lives before, I am in a fifth wheel. And I have a refrigerator right here and I'm going to get my coffee. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. And then I'll have a seat and we're going to continue down this road. Okay, I'm coming back. Da-doom, da-doom. Put you up there. Okay, so we are now at the other machine and hot flash. You want to get an RV so bad and travel with my dog. Oh, very cool. And you know what? I love the fifth wheel. I love the fifth wheel. So thank you, Coolest Dad. Yes, thank you, Coolest Dad. They are awesome. They are completely awesome. Let's pin him. Let's pin his comment right quick because they are pin this comment. Yes. Do the little stick-on lights. Do the little stick-on lights make the garage bright? I don't. Oh, this one. So this one actually is. Are you talking about that one right there? Let's see. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I have that light. They are bright. They are kind of bright. It's kind of cool. Okay, so we now have tearaway stabilizer. We've got tearaway stabilizer in here. And any of y'all, if you have questions, please shoot your questions out because this is a day that we are answering embroidery questions. So we are now sitting at a lovely machine. I love all of my machines, but I don't know. It's a draw. Oh yeah. So it works out really good. So, but anyway, so we are going to be doing a Christmas design. So we're going to do, I'm reading your comment, Tyler. I want some cupcakes. I want some donuts, y'all. We may end up in the kitchen making cinnamon rolls today. There is no telling. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how we're going to load this design. So we're going to go this way. I'm going to turn you down. We're going to go here. So I'm going to go into the embroidery machine and I'm going to go. So there's a pocket here because you have all these different options here. So these would actually load designs. So these are actual designs that come with the machine. This one's gorgeous. I love that design. If I hit that set on there, look at that. Is that not gorgeous? That is a gorgeous design. So, but we're going to delete that one. We're going to go back off that one. So you have your letters. You have all these options, different letters that you can do. So we're going to return. These are also letters. Check these out. So these letters have, these ones have like flowers on them. You can see the flowers on there. These ones are would be cool with the variegated thread. These would be cool with the variegated thread. These are ones for your, so this would be like your Letterman jacket, something like that. There's so many different options of letters on there. Oh, that one's for one that I don't have. So we're going to go back. then this is how I created this design. So I came in here and I chose one of these and I actually created the design from here. So we're going to go back and we're going to come in here. So this is my design. So you can see this design. So I created this. So we're going to say set and you'll see. So the design is 4.5 by 4.5. So with this being a 4.5 by 4.5, the nice thing is this design that I had printed is 5 inches across. So with it being 5 inches across, I went a little smaller on there. So we're going to take, and we've hooped a 6 by 10 hoop. So we're going to go ahead and hit embroidery on that. That way it sets it into that hoop. So it sets it into that hoop. So then we're going to come back over here and we're going to make sure. And then, as I said on the other machine, so on the other machine, it tells you right here to the left, it says you need to make sure you have that W foot on there. So the W foot is the embroidery foot. You want to make sure that you have that foot on there. So you come back over here. Yep, I got the W foot. So we're okay. So because on the feet, you'll see each one has a different letter on it. Let me see if I can find it on. I want to show y'all on here. That way you can see on there. Where is it? Okay. So like this one right here, it has an O. So this is the O. So this is your free motion foot, but it has an O on there. So this is where you find the letter. So that's a W. This one is an O. So this would be the wrong foot. But as you see, that one has that, like the foot right here. It shows you exactly what's on there. So anyways, I'll quit mumbling. So, anyways, so the next one is like, it has a camera. You can actually go and take a picture of it. The information, back here. So this is your hoops. So these are your hoops here. So these are the hoops that you can use on this one. And then this tells you exactly how big this design is. So it's 4.5 by 4.5. So 4.5 this way, 4.5 that way. It has 6,464 stitches on it. It has 4 steps in there. And if you see this, so it has your main stitch, it has your cut and stitch, and then it'll go and stitch out the embroidery, and then it'll stitch that outer outline. So, and it only takes 11 minutes to stitch this. So it's not going to take too long. We could actually do 2 of these. If y'all like. We can go through and do the first one, and then we can go through and do the next one. So let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. So, because I'm kind of liking this one. I don't know. We may do this one, and then we may have some fun. We may have some fun with the one of the other ones. So let's go ahead and remember, hold on to your side here, because when you push this hoop in, because you want to make sure that that hoop does not move, and then you pop that down. So nice thing is Tyler's question. I'm sorry. What's the foot's purpose? Sorry about that, Tyler. So the foot's purpose, each one of your feet has a different purpose. So this one right here, as you see, it had, let me take this off here. I'm going to show y'all something. So I want to show y'all the difference between these two. Sorry about that. So I'm going to take this off here. So we're going to swing around this way. So, all right, Tyler, you there? I want to answer your question. So this right here is your free motion foot. You see how it's got the insert of there on there? So, okay. So on this is your free motion. So this is if I was quilting. So I had the feed dog down and I'm actually moving that fabric in there. So this is what that one is for. So this one right here is the W foot. You know how I was saying it has the W foot, and you see the circle in here? It has that circle. But on this foot, on this machine, it also has this handy dandy thing where it goes and it actually pushes that thread out. So it pushes that up. And so what happens is it jumps. So it'll do an embroidery design and then it'll pop over to the next color. When it pops over to that next color, it'll actually go to that next color, push that up, and it actually pulls that piece of thread up. That way you don't have all these pieces of thread at those different. This is where your brother comes into play, and it's a step up, y'all. The brothers are phenomenal. So it has that. So each one of the feet have a different effect on how it works on when it's doing the embroidery. So Does that answer your question, Tyler? Don't forget your coffee, y'all. Get your coffee out. It clips the jump stitch. Yes, Betty, it does. It clips the jump stitches. I have a Singer, but I have no idea how to use it. Oh my gosh, Tyler, we got to get you going on that. We got to get you going on that. So the machine figures out what foot you need. You don't have to decide. Exactly. So whatever you load in there, it tells you what foot you're doing. Grace, we are doing embroidery. Yes, exactly, Tyler. So we're doing embroidery today. You asked the question. If you want to know, I'm here to answer the question. And sorry if I end up, where do you find the letter on the foot? So this one right here, you see the W, it's right here. You see that? Each one is kind of in a different location. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. So you'll see that W right here. And I'm going to go over here because I'm on YT too also, y'all, if you want to see it on YT. So the W is right there. So you'll see that one. This one right here is actually on the foot. So you see the O? The O is right there on that one. Thank you for the heart, me. So the O is right there on that one. So each of them is in a different location. I have a new, I don't know why. Oh my gosh, we got to get you doing do all foots have, pretty much. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look at my Husky over here. I'm going to put this back on the machine, but I want to show y'all how to load your feet on the machine. So the letter is on the letter there. It's what the machine tells you. So let me go you back over here. So when you have this one on here, it tells you which one to use. It tells you what letter to use on there. You see right there, it says a W. So, and as you can see, it has that design right there. It looks identical to what the foot looks like. So a lot of times it'll show that on there. So, and then it has the W. So no, you don't have to apologize at all. Ask all the questions you want. So yeah, let me grab a foot from the Husky and see if it has one on there. But I want to show y'all something first. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. So you'll notice I have a screwdriver. So I want y'all to make sure that when you do load different feet on here, you want to make sure that you do use a screwdriver, but you don't want to cinch it down. So you're going to load this foot in here and you're going to hand tighten it. You're going to hand tighten that. And then you're going to take your screwdriver. You're going to take that screwdriver and you're just going to cinch just a little bit. You don't want to cinch down. You want to just go in there and watch. I'm just going to go boom, just a little bit, just to give it just that snug. Because if you don't do that, and a lot of times on the embroidery, you'll see it's moving like crazy. And when it's moving like crazy, it can actually jiggle that foot loose. And if it happens to jiggle the foot loose, then it'll end up breaking the needle, breaking the thread. On the base foot, it does. Okay. I have to look. Oh, it's all on the other side. So yeah, just look at your feet. You'll see if it has letters or whatnot on there. So you have a PE 800. Grace, let's get you going on it. Let's have some fun. Please, y'all, ask questions, y'all. Ask all the questions you want. Okay. So what we're going to do is so I use a projector on this machine. If y'all have this machine, get that projector out because I'm going to show y'all on here. So I'm going to put the projector on and it's going to tell me where I need to put the batting because first thing we're going to do is have that batting on there. So the projector comes here and it loads the design right there in the middle. It tells me exactly where that's going to go. So I'm going to put that piece of batting in there and then we're going to run that initial stitch. And when I think the part you put the needle in is on mine is bent. Yours is bent? So, oh. Wait, no, I do need to. Okay, so you'll message me a picture, Tyler. Message me a picture and I'll see what it looks like. I'll see if I can help you out. Okay, so we're going to stitch that initial stitch, and then we're going to trim around the batting, and then we'll put the other one on top of there. So let's go ahead and run that initial stitch. Oops. I'm rethreading. Oh, no, we don't want pink. We don't want pink. Lift that back up. I forgot we're changing the color. Do we want to quilt? I'm thinking we don't want to quilt with the variegated thread. We only want the variegated thread on the outside. I'm thinking on the inside. Let's do, I think we want to do white. We're going to do white. Stay there. So on my base, so I have a huge spool of thread of my white, black, and red. I use a lot of those colors. So I think those are the only ones that I have the big colors on. So we're going to get that hooped here. Hooped. Okay, let's try this again. So we're going to stitch around the circle, and then like something on mine doesn't. Yeah, send me a picture. Send me a picture there. Move over there. So anybody that's joining, we are doing an embroidery day. You're very welcome, Miss Amy. You are very welcome. So now what I need to do is I need to grab, because we're going to trim around that. Hold on. Let me grab my scissors. Oops. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so now what we're going to do is once you do that, so you do your, see, we have a lot of people in here helping. Hi, good day from Trinidad. Welcome. You have the same embroidery machine. I love this embroidery machine. So I actually created this design on here. So what we're going to do now is we are going to trim around this. So we're going to trim around this. That way, when we do the ornament, it won't have a thick thing on the side of it, but it's going to have like a satin stitch around it. So we have tearaway stabilizer hooped in here with the tearaway stabilizer hooped in here. And then we're going to trim this. So let me trim this right quick. I'm going to trim it. Sorry, I've tried holding up as I'm trimming, but I'm going to show you. So as you see, I'm just trimming as close as I can to here. That way. And then once we get this trimmed, we're going to center that piece. And this is where, y'all, the fabric medical tape. It's like, it's yeah. Wally World. You know what Wally World is? Look for fabric medical tape there, y'all. Fabric medical tape. I guess you could probably get it on A too. I mean, you pretty much get it anywhere. Okay, so now what we need to do is, do I have, hold on, let me grab some tape. We're going to leave that there too. Oh, there's some right there. Okay, so now this is, right? Thank you for the cake. Thank you. So now what you're going to do, I just joined, what kind of, so Miss Amy, can you answer that question for me? I have to be careful on what I answer because sometimes it'll ding me. So, okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take and put these two on here. So let me trim these out because we'll do that next stitch. I'll show you here because we're going to just tape these on here. I could use a bigger pair of scissors, but I don't have a pair sitting here. So I think I'm going to get a different pair of scissors. Is it right there? Of course not. Okay. There. Okay. So I'm going to take and I'm going to trim this because this is actually 5-inch and the circle that I did is actually 4.5 inch. So we're okay on this. So I'm going to trim around the fabric here. trim around the fabric, and then you're going to take that medical tape you have. So on the front of the hoop, here, because we have put batting here. We've put batting here on the front of the hoop. Now we're going to take this piece of fabric here, and you're going to center it. You're just going to center it on there, and you're going to tape it. You're just going to put some tape around the outside here. So I'm going to take and tape. I'll show you here. So you take that fabric metal tape, because it'll literally sew right through it. It'll literally sew right through it here. Tape, and I'll show y'all. Get this taped. This is going to be so cute. These are just so cute. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for, we've got 10 on YT. We have 10 on YT. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all y'all. Thanks for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me. Thank you. And if you want to know where my YT is, click on my bio. Click on my bio, y'all. Okay. So as you see, we've taped it, and you can see the tape is just, it just goes right there. So now we need to go to the back side, because this is a double-sided. This is double-sided. So this is where this one comes into place. So I'm going to trim on you. Oh, awesome, Diana. Very cool. So here's that one. Send me your thing, Diana. So I'm going to trim around here. This one's going to be exciting. And we want to make sure that we have get the right sides up there. So on here, so we want to make sure. So we have, he's up here. You don't have to worry about, you don't have to be sorry. You are good. So we have him up this way. So on the back side, we want to make sure that this is up here. So we come back here, and I'm going to tape him, try to tape him at the same, and you'll see that you have the stitch on there. Oh, very cool, Diana. Very cool. Awesome. And yeah, you can either chat to me or you don't have to. I do. So we will create, I did one on how to create, yeah, you can see a lot more of the area on YT, y'all. So a lot more of the area on there. So, but yeah, I did do a one on how to do an in the hoop quilting design. But yeah, I'll have to do one of those. Y'all can see. I will do one of those. Okay, so I'm getting this one taped, and once I get this taped, I will show y'all. I'll show y'all thing. So, and I don't ever, me personally, I'm like, there's never ever too much. Okay, so now we have this one taped on here, and then we have this one taped on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this back in the machine, and we're going to run that next stitch. Once we run that next stitch, then we'll have to trim around it again. Once we trim around it again, it'll actually do, because we're actually doing quilting on here too. So how to organize this. Oh my gosh. I just looked at mine, and I guess it was the needle that, oh no. Did you, so you can change out that needle, Tyler, get your needle changed out. And yeah, awesome. Tyler, we're going to get you going. You found a great group here. We are all a great group. It's a fun group here. How did you, so I did it on my software. So you switched it just now. Awesome. Amy, could you tell them what software I have again? Okay, so we're going to put you up there. And remember, when you load this back in there, make sure you hold that arm. You want to hold that arm. See how I'm holding it back here as I'm pushing? That way that design doesn't come down. So now what we're going to do is we're going to run that next stitch. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put these over here. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to run that next stitch, and we're going to go ahead and hit start. So the nice thing is like I said, I did this a 4.5 by 4.5. So it's going to run around here. And being you're floating that fabric, I always kind of make sure that it stays there. Make sure it stays there. So it goes right around there. So it's actually going to go around. Oh, it's not going to go around twice. I was going to say it's going to go around twice, but it's not going to go around twice because it does it on the next step. So yes, please. Thank you, Coolest Dad. Thank you, Coolest Dad. Y'all, we're at 26K this morning. We're doing an extended live today, y'all. We are doing an extended live. I am here for you. Ask all the questions you want. Ask all the questions you want. Okay, so I'm going to pop this out of here. So as you can see, it actually, so I'm going to, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. So I'm going to push this back up here. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take the tape off, take this tape off, and then we're going to take and we're going to trim. We're going to trim around, and y'all, I reuse the tape. So actually I take, I am trying, Beverly. I am trying. So I take this tape and I just tape it to the edge of my sewing machine. And then I reuse it. That way we can, you don't have to use as much, and you can do it as much as you can. So I'm going to put those over there. Oh, yeah. Okay. So now, are you on later in the day? So Laura, so my lives are usually Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, Arizona time. So Mountain Standard Time. So I'm a director of IT by day. I run an IT department. So this is my morning before my work. So, but today is Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day to all y'all fellow veterans out there. But anyways, so today I'm off work. So I've decided that today I am going to be helping anybody out there. Hey, Jeanette, anybody out there that wants to know how to use an embroidery machine. Any of y'all out there that want to know how to use an embroidery machines, or if you have questions, that's what today is. This is what today is. So we've taken the tape off. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take those scissors and we're going to trim around this. We're going to trim around this. Maybe I can put it up here and y'all can see how I do that. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to grab this, and I grab and hold it up. You don't want to cut the seam. You just want to get as close as you can without cutting the actual seam that you just stitched. So you go around that way. Just trim around. And then what's going to happen is our next stitch is actually, oh, we need to, I forgot that I had the quilting. We need to go to do that quilting first. I created this design and I forgot to move the quilting before the satin stitch. So I need to go hit that last stitch first before we do the satin stitch. So I'm going to trim around that. So, and we've got the front and the back on here. I've got the front and the back. So now we need to go to the back. So we have the front all trimmed. We have the front all trimmed. Now we need to go to the back. Now we need to go to the back. So we're going to take and move the tape off this. And like I said, you can reuse this tape. We'll do another one of these. We'll do 2 of these. Why not? We're having fun. We're not on a time frame today. We are not on a time frame. So we're going to take that one. Take off the tape. He said, that's the nice thing about paper tape. Nice thing about paper tape. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. Nan, where you at? Where are you from? I'm here in Arizona. Where's everybody from this morning? Where are we all from? We're having fun this morning. That is a fun morning, y'all. We're doing embroidery today. Anything you want to know about embroidery, ask me. Ask me, ask me. Good morning, Tracy. Thank you. Georgia, California, Texas. Long Island, New York. Long Island, New York, y'all. Southeast Missouri. That's where I went to basic training, was in Fort Leonard Wood, y'all. Fort Leonard Wood, or they call it Fort Lost in the Wood. Maryland. Maryland. Very cool. Strawberry Shortcake. Very cool. I like all the names. All the different names that you have on here is so cool. Fort Worth here. Tyler, welcome from Fort Worth. Welcome. Okay, so on the back side, so this is the back side, same thing. We need to trim around this back side here too. Your brother went to Fort Leonard Wood. Just took my granddaughter to school. Very cool, very cool. Thanks for joining. So now we're going to trim around this back side too. Not the yeehaw. Washington, but in Georgia for 6 months. Oh, wow. Fundraising habit. Up northern British. Oh, very cool. Welcome, Canada. Very cool. That's where your daughter's at. Well, very cool. Well, thank you to her. Wisconsin. Happy Tuesday. Grandson goes in February. Well, thank him. Thank him. Yes. Okay, so we're going to trim around the back side too. Get the back side all trimmed. Get that one all trimmed, and then we'll go and do that quilting stitch. I'm trying to do it on here so y'all can see where we're going here. I'll have to move this design to my software and get it fixed because. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have the back soft. No, so this is actually, we're doing a Christmas tree ornament. So we're doing a Christmas tree ornament. So we have the back and the front, guys. The back and front. Well, sorry for your loss, Kathy. Sorry for your loss. Okay, so let's get this hooped and we'll do the quilting. So we're going to quilt in here. So we have had a front and a back, and we've got some batting in there, and we are going to move and add the quilting in there. Why are you not touching? Why are you? Come on. What's the matter? Sometimes. And yeah. So we're going to have to turn the machine off. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. Oh, thanks, Jeanette. Thanks. Yay. Yay. Thanks, Grace. Virginia. Virginia, yes. YT, y'all. Check out YT because we're on there. So what happened is, for some reason or another, my touch screen is not working. So we're going to have to turn it off. So we're going to turn it off. And nice thing is you're like, oh my gosh, we already started the design. How is that going to work? Well, 628. That's a cool machine, Tyler. So I'm going to turn it back on now. So I'm going to turn this back on. And nice thing about this, and oh, nice, Amy. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. I really appreciate it. So I'm on both, y'all. I am on both this morning. Okay. So we're going to turn the machine back on. Turn this back. Almost lost y'all off of there. Turning the machine back on. So what happens is I'm going to hit that and it's going to move. It's going to move the embroidery carriage. For some reason, the touch screen, every once in a while, the touch screen, it's a computer, y'all. It's a computer. I'm going to go over. Absolutely. Come on over. Click in my bio, Tyler. Click in the bio, Tyler. You'll see there. You'll see that. That's cool on your, oh my gosh, I'm going to be on a VR. I'm excited. How cool is that? Okay. So when it says, so I had that design loaded in there, you're like, oh my gosh. Well, this is a nice thing. If you lose power or if it has to go off, when you come back here, it says, okay, to recall and resume previous memory. So this is actually going to load the previous design we had loaded. So we're going to click okay. And y'all, my design is back. My design is back. So I'm going to go in here and we need to go to that quilting. So we're going to add that quilting in there. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows, y'all. So we're going to put this in here. So I'm going to bring this back over here. I'm going to bring you back over here this way. So, all right. So I'm going to load him back in there and we're going to do that quilting. We're going to get him quilted. That raccoon is cute. He is darling. I'm excited. I'm excited, y'all. So, all right. Right? Yeah. Okay. Tyler, you'll have to let me know how that works out. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do the quilting. So we're going to hit start. And what it's going to happen, so you have the bottom already there and then the top. Did that frame come? It did not, Miss Savannah. It did not. So this was made by DIME. This was made by DIME. If you look at that one, Cynthia can let you know where they're at too. So this is, I think this was a 6x10 frame. So now it'll keep stitching. It's going to keep stitching the quilting on here now. So you're very welcome, Savannah. You are welcome. Y'all ask all the questions. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Coffee. Got to drink some coffee, y'all. Y'all, we're up to 14 on YT. I'm excited. This is, y'all, 15, 16. Y'all, keep on coming over to YT. Y'all, keep on coming over. If y'all are just joining, we are making, today's embroidery day. Today is embroidery day. Oops, my thread broke. So we're going to go back. So this is something that I can teach y'all. So this is something that I can teach you. So the thread became, sometimes when it goes through the, it gets sticky stuff on there. So it ends up coming out of the, not exactly how it does that, but it comes out of the needle. So we're going to actually pull it out and we're going to rethread it. So we're going to rethread this, and then we've gone a few stitches and that didn't get stitched. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this threaded in here, threading, thread that there. So then we're going to come on here. So it, if you got a package, it did. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So on here, it went a few stitches that didn't get stitched. So this is where these come into play. So this right here will actually jump colors. So that'll jump colors on there. So good morning. Good morning. How are you? But we need to go back a few stitches. So you have 1, 10, 100, and 1,000 stitches that you can go backwards. So we're going to go back 10. And if you hold it, it'll actually go back on there. So there we go. So you can actually look and see where the stitches stop. So wherever those stitches stopped, that's as far back as you want to go. That's as far back as you want to go. So once it's gone to there, you've got the needle threaded. You come back over to here. Good morning. Good morning. You come back over here and we hit start and it'll keep stitching on there. So sometimes the sticky stuff will actually end up messing with the stitches, and this has got 2 of those transfers that's going back. So how do I know how far to go back? When you're going backwards, you'll see that the needle is actually going back where the stitches are at. So when it gets back, go back about, I don't know, probably ½ inch past where the last stitch went. And then that way you know that you're coming back and you're going to actually sew back over at least about a ½ inch of the stitch that's already there. So right now, if you're just joining, we're doing a Christmas ornament. So we're doing an embroidery day. We're just going to have fun with embroidery today. So, and I'm thinking we'll do another one of these. That way y'all can see exactly how to do these. You can see exactly how to do these. So, and sometimes it leaves a thread there. So it's going to go around. This is going to be cute, guys. This is going to be cute. Let me grab this other one so y'all can see what we're making here. So y'all can see. So if y'all are just joining, this is what we're making. We're making Christmas ornaments that are 2-sided. They're 2-sided on here. And how fun is that? How fun is it to make homemade? Y'all, I am all about homemade. I am literally all about homemade. So now we need to go. So now we need to do that satin stitch around there. If you don't know how to comment on YT, thank y'all for joining. Did the DTF transfers? So let me. There you go. Okay. I bet that design be beautiful on a. Ooh, that would be pretty, right? You're welcome, Sam. And sorry, I didn't mean to be all in cap letters on the YT, y'all. Didn't mean to be all in cap letters. So now what we're going to do is, y'all, we're going to do variegated thread around the edge. We're going to do a variegated thread around the edge just to see what it looks like. So, but I think it's because you're on the VR. Y'all, I'm on the VR. How cool is that, Tyler? You have to tell me what that looks like because, y'all, that is cool. That is cool. Okay, so we're going to change colors. And y'all, as a reminder, when you change colors, that thread is meant to go this way. It's not meant to go that way. So you always want to trim up top. Try to remember this. Sometimes I don't remember. Trim up top, pull it down. Is that a knife? So it's part of my machine. It is part of the machine. It is built into the machine, Michelle. So I'm going to pull this off and we're going to use the red. And this is a red variegated. So it has the red and kind of silver in it. On first timer with a sewing machine. So yes, first timer with a sewing machine. And we can have some fun trying to show you a couple things. Maybe we'll do another live one day. But something new, just like a 9 square. You could actually sew like 9, like take 5-inch squares, sew the 5-inch squares together. The 5-inch squares together would be an easy something for you to sew. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do that satin stitch. So if y'all don't know what a satin stitch is, the satin stitch is this stitch that goes around the edge. The stitch that goes around the edge of this is what a satin stitch is. So we're going to go ahead and hit start. And this one is, like I said, this is a variegated, but y'all, I'm thinking on the next one, because I know Tyler said green. So I'm thinking, hey, Tyler, check out this green. I'm thinking we're going to do this on the edge of the next one. I think we're going to do this on the edge of the next one. So, because we're going to do another one. I want to do another design. Y'all want to do another design? Why not? We're going to have some fun and do another design. Let's see. All the info is, thank y'all for your help. Thank y'all for your help. And y'all, thanks for being on YT. Y'all, we're up to 14. Y'all, I'm excited. Thanks for joining on YT, y'all. Thanks for joining on YT also. So yes, Kelly. So this is a embroidery sewing quilting machine all in one. So it does all of it. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. I appreciate y'all. So yeah, so it does an embroidery, it does quilting, it does all of it. Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is so much fun. So this design I actually created. So there's a bunch of different designs that you can use, but so this one is actually going to, now it's going to stitch out that edging. So it is doing that satin stitch around the edge. Satin stitch around the edge. So awesome. Y'all, we got to help each other out there. So thank you, Tyler. The view's way better on YT. Y'all, check me out on YT. Y'all, it is a huge difference. So a huge difference. Thanks for the share, y'all. Thanks for the share. If y'all want to know how to get to YT, click my bio. Click my bio, y'all. Awesome, awesome. You have the day off. I'm working on a memory bear. Sam, awesome. Very cool. I had to switch to my laptop. Tyler, awesome. Thank you, thank you. This is cool. I think the variegated is working cool. Yeah, memory bells are cool. Sam, are you using the pattern that I shared with y'all? Anybody wants to make a memory bear? I shared my grandmother's pattern for y'all if you want to check out the pattern. So thank you for hanging out. We're up to 16 on YT, y'all. 16 on YT. Awesome, awesome. And 98 here on TT. Yay. Thank y'all all for hanging out with me today. Thank y'all all for hanging out. I appreciate it. It looks like I didn't trim enough of the batting, but it's still okay. It is still okay. So this is going to take a few minutes to stitch around. Also, if they can't. Oh, so Tyler's saying if you can't click in there, you can search by my name and it pulls up. Thank you, Tyler, for your help. I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate all y'all. This is fun. This is a fun day. So as we stitch this, I'm going to come back over here. So I had a pattern already I'm using. My grandma passed away back in September. I thought we could use nice Xmas gifts for the family. Awesome, awesome. So y'all, so your name is an instant pull, but the handle doesn't. So that's weird. That is weird, Diana. So if y'all want to put my name in there, you can search for that. So for Christmas this year, I know one of my sons, his kids, have already put in a request. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you. So the screen is so much bigger and better on YT Lives. You can see more of what you're doing. Awesome, Betty. Y'all, check it out. Come check me out, y'all. So anyways, so my son and his kids are like, Grandma, we want bears. So they want a bear and a quilt. So I have a unicorn bear and quilt that I need to make. I have a cow bear quilt and that I need to make. And the grandson wants a hold on. You hear the sound. I have my grandson is wanting a Hulk. So my glam. Oh, thanks. Right? Yes. So good morning, Michael. So I have a cow one I'm gonna make, and I have a bear. Where do I have a bear? I'll have to show you a bear. I think the bear is over yonder. I'll have to show you the bears that I make. So let me get. So we're gonna have to go back a couple stitches on this one. So sometimes the DTF transfers, the sticky stuff gets on your needle, and when it does that, it kind of messes up. So doom. I'm gonna go back. So this one, there we go. There. Anyways, so what we're doing, so the screen's bigger. So y'all, thanks for joining. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Could I do the memory bear? Absolutely. You can do a memory bear with t-shirts. So there's a product called Wonder Under. It's a stabilizer, and the Wonder Under, what it does is it actually, you take and you cut out your t-shirt, helps with the resident. Oh, thank you, Tyler. I'll check that out. I will definitely check that out. Thank you. Wonder Under stabilizer. So if you do anything with t-shirts, you want to use like a Wonder Under stabilizer, and what that does is that you cut out your t-shirts, and then you actually apply that to the back of the t-shirt, and you press it on with an iron. You press it on with an iron, and then when you do that, it actually stabilizes that piece of material, and then you can actually cut out your pattern for your bears or however you want. So let me grab a bear. I'll show you what my bears look like, because I implement the embroidery machine with the bears and everything. So let me grab a bear. I'm going to show y'all the bear. And like I said, I shared the pattern for the bear, y'all. I shared the pattern for the bear. I actually have two bears. I actually need to stitch them up. I'm going to show y'all. We're talking about everything. So this one's kind of. So this is a frog bear. As you can see, I still need to stitch him up. So I'm really good at all the way to the point of having to hand stitch them. So these are the bears that I make. Hey, Sandra, how are you? So, and with the bears, you'll see. So, because with your little ones, if you give these to little ones, you don't want them. So I embroidery the eyes. I embroidery the eyes on there. That way the little ones can't take the eyes off and put them in their mouth or whatever. So I have this one. So this is the frog bear. This is a frog bear. So you can literally make any theme of bear. Just find the fabric. If you don't find the fabric that you need the theme for, let me show you. So this bear is actually going to my kids, because my mother loved Betty Boop. So my son has a like a memorial thing for my mom. So long shot. Can you embroidery the eye and nose? And yes, Miss Amy, I can. Absolutely. I can do that. The eye is a little crooked on that one, but it's okay. So this is actually, my mom rode a Harley. So she had a nickname of Harley Joe Mama. How do you get the cotton fluffy? So actually the cotton, actually you buy the bag of stuffing. So You can get it at Wally World or wherever you do find the stuffing. So send me a message and I can tell you exactly where you can get it, Tyler. And you don't have to do the embroideries, but polyfill, thank you. I was trying to think of the name of it. Thank you, thank you. So, but yeah, I was trying. You can do that. Oh my gosh, my grandma loved Betty Boop, and the bears I'm doing have Betty Boop. Oh, how awesome, Sam! How cool is that? Yeah, Ma loved Betty Boop. She loved Betty Boop. So this is fun. Y'all are fun this morning. Y'all are fun. Stuffing can be purchased at all places like Wally World. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It is everywhere. It is y'all, we're up to 20 on YT. I'm excited. Thank you, YT. Thank you for hanging out. So thank you for hanging out. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the follows, y'all. I appreciate y'all. So we are working on, y'all, we're doing ornaments. So if you go over to, I can't put it on YT anymore. So yes, but if you go over to my YT, I have it in the bio. You can get to my patterns. You can get to all my patterns. They won't allow me to put it here anymore. So, but this is what we're doing today, or this right now. So we're blowing bubbles. We're blowing bubbles, y'all. So you are very welcome. Did you find me there? I used to have an embroidery machine and sold it for a good. Oh, awesome, Sandra. Oh, well, thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to take this out of here. So this is done, y'all. So tearaway stabilizer. This is why you use tearaway stabilizer. Check this out. This actually just pops right out of here. And I didn't. So on this one, well, we're going to hoop it again. We're going to hoop another one. So here we go. How cute is that? So, and then I just do a punch. I just punch a hole in the top. As you see, this one, I punched a hole in the top and then just put a piece of yarn. I just put a piece of yarn in the top of it. So how cool is that? How cool is that? So shall we do another one? Shall we do another one? We can do one more. You want to do one more? What do y'all think? Yeah, I was trying to use cotton for a pillow and it didn't flip out. Yeah, you got the polyfill works out really well, Tyler. The polyfill works out really well. Okay, we're going to do another one. Okay, we'll do another. We'll do another. I know, Tyler, this is my long day. Tyler, this is my long day. I like the variegated thread too. Y'all, next one's going to be green though. Tyler wanted green. We have new people in here. Thank y'all. I like the variegated too. So with the new people, I like to, y'all get to make choices. So y'all get to make the choices. Yeah, I am off today. Thanks for the follow. I am off today. So I decided I'm going to do an extended live with y'all today. Why not? Why not? So I need coffee though. I need coffee. I may have to go get a granola bar though. We may have to get a granola bar, either that or a banana. I could grab a banana. So we need to hoop. We need to hoop some more tearaway stabilizer. Some more tearaway stabilizer, and we're going to choose yes, extended live today. Totally extended. Y'all, we had an awesome live yesterday. We had so much fun. I already chose someone else's turn. Okay, Tyler, somebody else's turn gets to choose. Okay. So we're gonna rotate back over to there. Do you think I can embroidery the big circle on a piece? Absolutely. Absolutely, Grace. Absolutely. We just have to make sure what size of hoop do you have? What size of hoop do you have on there? Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Like I said, anybody wanting this design, let me know. I will post it up there and just let me know what kind of machine you have. I'll try and post all the what do you call it? All the design files that go along with it. So not sure I have. Okay, you have 4. You should have. So this is a 4.5 by 4.5 design. So if I need to go smaller, I could do it. I could do like a I'm trimming some of the batting because I didn't get it trimmed far enough. I could do a smaller one. So all right, thanks, Cynthia. So what we can do is we can make a smaller one. So I can hook y'all up. So I'm toast bagel and slap on jalapeno cream cheese. Bagel with jalapeno cream cheese. Good morning, Rhonda. You'd love that design. Okay, send me a message, y'all. I will, and let me know what kind of machine you have, because I have the B. But let me know what kind of does, and I'm gonna put it up on my thing. I'll put it up on my thing, Rhonda. Cheese, egg, bacon, and sausage. I don't know. Yum. Okay. Y'all are making me hungry looking at the start, but I don't know how. Oh, Iris, we got to get you going. How do you double side? Okay, so we're going to do one more. We're going to do another one, and I'll show you how to do the double side. Good morning, Rhonda. So let's go back over to this side. So we are in a fifth wheel, so we have to kind of turn. So we're going to turn over this way. We're going to turn over this way. So we're going to turn around this way. Get turned in here. I'm going to lift y'all up a little bit. Lift you up. I got a new stand. My husband got my stand set up for me. So, oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to do another one. Y'all, this is y'all's day. This is y'all's day. You get to choose what we're doing. So if you want to do another one, we're going to do another one. So first thing we need to do, though, is we need to hoop. So this is a magnetic hoop. So we're going to hoop some stabilizer in here. So I'm going to take that one out. Take that one in. This is tearaway stabilizer. You want to use a tearaway stabilizer on here. So I'm going to take this one. Can you finish? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me grab it and I'll show you that one again. Stay there. And I'm going to show you. We're going to use that. We're going to use that. And I'm going to show you let me trim this. We're going to get the stabilizer hooped. So again, this is a tearaway stabilizer. Tearaway stabilizer on here. That magnetic hoop. Sometimes I just throw it on there like, all right. And I'll show you the finished product again. Okay, so I'm going to put that back over there. So, do you have rainbow thread? I might, Tyler. I'll have to look. So here is this one. Okay, y'all, I'm headed out for breakfast with my guys. All right, have fun. So, and then this is the one we just made. So let's go ahead and I'm going to take and punch a hole in the top. Punch a hole in the top here. So we got a hole in the top here. Is he not cute? Oh my gosh, he's exciting. That is cute. So then I'm going to take some of this. We're just going to take, I'm going to take the red. I'm thinking red. Red. That's that song. Red. We just need a little piece. We're going to tie that in there. Right? Is he not cute? I'm glad we mentioned on YT on TT. I have never been on live here. I have an embroidery machine and I haven't set it up yet. I need to work on that. You should get it set up. You should totally get it set up, Miss Rhonda. They are too much fun. Too much fun. I'm going to see if I can tie a knot here. See if I can tie a knot. Okay. All right, here we go. Y'all, how cool is that? How cool is that? Okay, let's do another one. How cool. Okay, so I love the vest. It's nice and soft too. I think I have a hoop as big as, okay, yeah, I can totally do that. I'm going to try and get a double-sided blanket with sleeves. Any tips before I start? A double-sided blanket with sleeves. You mean both, Tyler? I do both. Anybody I've had people been ordering my mug rugs and stuff lately. So how do you find the pattern? So this pattern I created. Oh, like a wearable blanket. I haven't made one of those. I have not made one of those. So send me a message, Crystal. Send me a message. The bear on you. The bear. You mean this? This thing? Oh, the bear pattern. Oh, sorry. So the bear pattern, it was my grandma's pattern. So I shared my grandmother's pattern to y'all. So I do use embroidery thread for the bobbin. I'm sorry, Lisa. Sometimes it takes me a while to click in. So, shared. If you click on my bio, go over to YT, you'll see a thing in there and you can be able to find it. Thank you, Miss Amy. So, it's just like a robe, basically, Tyler's saying. Yeah, I've yet to do one of those. So I wouldn't even know how to start. So I couldn't get my embroidery thread to work in my belt. Really? Yeah, that's all y'all, I have a whole thing of thread that I use. So it's in my winder over here. It is in my winder. Okay. So now, y'all, I don't know why, but I am thinking the zebra. Zebra's cute. How about the zebra? I'm thinking the zebra because y'all, look at the backside. Is he not cute? Like a backwards robe, basically. I just use the pre-wound bobbins unless I'm making a tote bag. Yeah, I love pre-wound bobbins. I love the pre-wound bobbins. So, all right. So we're going to do another one of these. We are going to do another one. So, right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to turn my iron on. It must be cooling off. It says 68 in here. Okay. So what we're going to do is I have a 10 by 10 piece of fabric and I'm going to take and I'm going to turn y'all this way. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take I'm going to put these guys in here. So then we're going to take and we're going to put one up here because the design we're using is a 4.5 by 4.5. And these guys are 5 inches across. These are just DTF transfers that I got. 26 here. Brr, that's chilly. That is cold, y'all. Do you need to iron your fabric before sewing or embroidering? You don't have to. No, you don't have to. Do I iron? No, most of the time I don't iron. I don't iron this stuff. So I'm ironing this. Thank you for the woolly hat. Thanks for the hat. I appreciate you. So with the embroidery designs, you press on the transfers on there, but most of the time you don't have to. Good morning, Suzanne. Good morning. Mr. Tyler S., how are you today? We've got 2 Tylers in. Tyler, you'll have to try it. We have another Tyler over on YT that was on his VR on there. Good morning. You woke up late. Well, I'm on late, so it's okay. It's 39 as we speak. 39 as we speak. Okay, so we're going to press these on. Get these pressed on. There's that one. I'm going to press this one on. And we're going to go ahead and trim these out, being we're standing here. We're going to go ahead and trim these out. You're on my way to your laptop so I can enter. Awesome. Where did you get? So I got them on the big E, if y'all know what I mean. I can't really say it, so. And then I had them printed through AZ Custom Prints, which they are phenomenal, y'all. They are phenomenal. So, thank you, Amy. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're going to press these again. That sets it in. If you press it again, it sets that design into the fabric so it doesn't come up. That way it doesn't come up. So then what we're going to do is we're going to, so here it is. Here are these designs. How cool is that, right? I'm now on the laptop. I can interact. Yay. Thank you, Tyler. Okay. So now I'm going to trim these around and I'm just going to trim on the outside of the transfer because the design I'm using, like I said, is a 4.5 by 4.5. And we have the front and the back, and I'll show you how we're going to get the front and the back. So I'm going to trim this around, and it's fairly easy, y'all. Fairly easy to do. That's what makes it kind of nice. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Thank y'all for joining. We're having an extended live on embroidery today, y'all. An extended live on embroidery. Y'all want to know how to, because I know yesterday we were quilting in the hoop. And I said something about if you don't have that projector, you can create a template. Do y'all want to know how to create a template for the quilting in the hoop? I'm trying to see, what do y'all want to do next? What do y'all want to do next? Good morning. How are y'all? Thank y'all for joining. Okay. So we have these two. We're going to go back over to there. So we're going to go back over to the embroidery machine. We need a piece of batting, though. We need a piece of batting. Let's get a piece of batting. We're going to get a piece of batting this size too. Okay. We're going to take those. So templates. Yeah, we can create a template. Okay. So after we get done making another in the hoop, y'all, how cute are these? In the hoop ornament. In the hoop ornament, y'all. Teach us what you wanna, Tyler. Okay, I can do that, Tyler. Thank you. Trying to help y'all out. I want you to learn whatever you want to learn. So create the template. We're going to create the template. So let's go do one more ornament. We'll go do one more ornament. I want to do some fun variegated thread. Some fun variegated thread. Let's see. Ooh, I'm going to do, I have some fun. Can't see it. Love the teachings this morning. Awesome, awesome. Okay. So this is the one that we just made. This is the one that we just made. Is that not cute? So we're going to do one more. We're going to do one more of these. So let's have some fun. Let's go back to the sewing machine. Back to the sewing machine. So, all righty, y'all. Y'all, we're at 40K likes this morning. Taps. Thank you all for the taps this morning. You were awesome. We are on almost 3 hours now. Where do you get this one? These designs? If you're talking, Grammy. So these came from E, the big E. Yeah, so they came from E, and then I had them printed with a company. So if you send me a message, I can let you know. Send me a message, and I can let you know exactly where I got them. So thank you. Yeehaw. We're going yeehaw this morning, Tyler. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Back to the embroidery machine, y'all. Back to the embroidery machine. Let's keep going. Let's keep a stitching. Let's keep a stitching. Tyler, how are you this morning? How are you enjoying your days off? So we're coming back over this way. Okay, so I'm going to move y'all down. Okay, is that good? That good. Okay. So move back. We have two Tylers. Yes, we have two Tylers on the live. So the Tyler S actually works for me. He's an awesome employee. I love him to death. He's awesome. And then we have a new Tyler over here, Tyler Cole, that's from Fort Worth. I'm excited. Y'all. I like both of y'all. Okay. So now we're gonna get this hoop. So we have the tearaway stabilizer in here. With the tearaway stabilizer in here, we're gonna hoop this on here. And remember, hold this arm. Hold that arm when you hoop this on there because you don't want it moving because sometimes that gets a little stiff. Sometimes it gets a little stiff, y'all. Okay, so Tyler is awesome. Tyler is awesome. Oh, well, thank you, Amy. You were awesome too. You were awesome too. You can call me Sass. Okay, Tyler, we'll call you Sass. So we have a Sass and we have a Tyler. I'll take both. I'll take both. Okay, so we're going to turn that projector on this one. Turn in the projector on. That way I know where to lay out yeah. We got to have fun. I'm all about fun, y'all. I am all about fun. So we're going to take the embroidery, the batting. Now we have my lovely daughter-in-law. Oh my gosh, y'all. Miss Jackie. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. So gotta love you, Miss Jackie. We're making ornaments this morning, Miss Jackie. So good morning. Check this out. Ready? You ready? So here is the zebra on one side. And here is him coming out the other side. So we're doing a double-sided, right? Is that not fun? Okay. So we're going to put the batting in here first. So we put the batting. By the way, your zipper bags you're making are phenomenal, Jackie. They look gorgeous. You're doing such a wonderful job on those. So, and your video was fun too. Your video was fun too. Okay. So I'm thinking what we're going to do is I need to change this thread out. And remember when I said when you change the thread out, you want to make sure you cut from the top. You cut from the top and pull out the bottom because your machine was not meant for the thread to go back that way. It's meant for it to come this way. So let's go ahead and lift you up. Okay, so I'm going to take this one out and we're going to put, no, thank you. Good morning, Bessie. Who's calling me? I don't know who that is. I don't know who you are. Sorry. Is that thread removal for all machines? No, it's all machines, Grace. It is all machines. So anytime you take the thread out of your machine, you want to make sure that you trim up top and you pull it down because your machine was not meant to have that thread go back the other way. So needless to say, we need to come down that way. So you trim up top and then you come down this way. So let's go ahead and I'm thinking we're going to, let's quilt. I'm thinking we're going to quilt with a different color. We're going to quilt with a different color here. So we're going to load in this one here. Get this one loaded. Loading. Get this threaded. Okay. So we'll stitch that. So it's going to stitch that circle around. That's going to, yeah, you're welcome, Joanne. Yeah, it's one of those that you have to be careful with. Do I always remember it? No. Sometimes I just go and pull the thread out and I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't have pulled it out that way. But so today we're doing embroideries today. So right now what we're going to do is we're making an ornament. So we're doing an ornament in the hoop. So good to know. You would think I would have known the same that since dinosaurs renamed the You got the mug rugs. Everybody loves. Awesome, Bessie. I'm glad that they love them. I'm glad they love them. Yay. Okay, so we've taken this out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to trim around there. We got to get that trimmed around there. So you're going to take your scissors and you're going to trim around that and trim as close as you can to that. As close as you can. We didn't trim quite close enough last time, so we're going to trim a little closer this time. Just a little bit closer this time. You watched yesterday's video and then went upstairs and tried it for myself and it worked perfect. Awesome, Missy. I am so glad. I am so glad that y'all are learning from it. That is my total goal. That is my total goal, is for y'all to be able to learn from what I do. That is awesome. Yay. Exciting. Exciting. He said, I had somebody yesterday that I've had a magnetic hoop forever and didn't know how to use it. And that, oh, yay. Yay, yay. Well, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are awesome too. Okay. So we got that trimmed. So now what we need to do is we have our handy dandy zebra. Is that not zebra, right? That's a zebra. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take our tape, and y'all, I'm just using a fabric medical tape. I'm just using a fabric medical tape. I'm just taking a piece of tape, and we're going to tape this in here, and I'll show y'all once I get it taped. I'll show y'all what we got going here. What we got going here. Get that tape there. Okay, so what I've done is I've taken and taped right around here. I've taped, with the thing mirrored, sometimes it goes crazy. So it's taped right around here. So we have it this way, but now we need to come back around the back side and put the back one. So this is how you do that double-sided. You tape on the front side, and then you take your backing fabric, which this is fun. This is fun backing fabric. How fun is that? So we're going to take him, and we're going to tape him to the back. We're going to tape him to the back. Is that going to make fun ornaments? Oh my gosh. So I'm going to take that tape. Da-doom, da-doom, da-doom. Then that one. That one there. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. What is your favorite project to do? Sam. I don't know. I love doing bears. I love doing quilts. I love, right now, mug rugs has been my fun. I'm having fun with mug rugs. So the mug rugs are fun. So now we've got both sides taped on there. So now that we have it taped on there, I'm going to run that stitch again. So I'm going to run that stitch again, and that way we can go, once it runs that next stitch, we'll go and trim around it again. How are you doing this morning, Shirley? Thanks for joining. Thank you for joining. So I'm going to load that in there, and you got to be careful. Make sure that it stays taped. And again, hold that arm. Hold that arm when you put it in there. Right, Tyler? I'm thinking all y'all might get a Christmas ornament this year. I'm new. Mug rug. Let me show you what a mug rug is. I'm going to hit start, and I'll show you what a mug rug is. So mug rug. So this is the one we made this morning. We did a mug rug this morning. So this is the mug rug we made this morning. So it's for your coffee cup. It's for your coffee cup. Coffee cup, your tea glass, whatever you want. So I like to make fun ones. Like a coaster. Absolutely. Have you ever done the back side the wrong way and had to I have, Susie. I have. Oh my gosh. And you know what I end up doing, Susie? I just back my machine up a stitch and put another piece of fabric over it. Yes, a coaster. These are like coasters. So yeah, absolutely. But this one turned out cool. It's almost like 3D though. Almost like a 3D. Fun times. You gotta drink your coffee. Hot. Hot flashes, y'all. Age gets you. Age. Okay. So we've run that stitch around there now. So now, isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that gorgeous? Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. So I'm pulling that out. Doesn't it look 3D? It totally looks 3D. So now we've stitched that, but you'll see we need to pull this tape back off here. So this is where the paper tape. So you just pull the paper tape, and I tape it right on the side of my machine so I can reuse it. So I'm pulling that paper tape off of these. I was trying to hold it up so you can see what magnetic hoops are those. So dime, D-I-M-E, Tyler, dime. If you, the mug rugs, Joanne, I do. If you're asking about the mug rugs, yes, send me a message.
Thank you, Jackie. You are awesome. And y'all, if Miss Jackie is my daughter-in-law, Cherry Lux, give her a follow. She does all kinds of fun stuff on her live too. So she does some fun stuff. So I'm taking the paper tape off here. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. So once you get the tape off here, what you're going to do is you're going to take those scissors and you're going to trim. So you're going to take and you're going to trim because you're going to trim this fabric off. You got to trim this fabric off on the front, and then you got to trim the fabric off on the back. So let's go ahead and get this trimmed, and then we will see. And I'll show y'all how. So if you look, I go pretty close to that stitch. I go pretty close to that stitch, as close as I can. Close as I can, because you're going to do that satin stitch around the edge. Doing the satin stitch around it. How did you... Let me pin her up here. Let me pin. There she is. I'm going to pin Miss Jackie. Pin. So that is Miss Jackie that I pinned up there. Like I said, she's my daughter-in-law. She does cups. She does some different stuff. So she doesn't do sewing stuff, but she does some other fun stuff. So I gotta support my Miss Jackie. She is awesome. Okay, so we're gonna get this trimmed, and I'll show y'all how close, because we trimmed pretty close. Thank you. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. Okay, so I have got that trimmed. You see how close we've got that trimmed on there? So now we need to go to the back side, and we need to do the same thing because we have that one on the back. So let's go back here. I'm going to take off that paper tape. So the paper tape just comes right off. And like I said, I reuse that paper tape. I reuse the paper tape on there. So, and stay tuned, y'all. So yesterday, good morning, Cassie. Good morning. How are you? I need to come see y'all. I need to come say hi to you, Cassie. Would love to start quilting, but worried I would spend all the and not continue with it. Start small, Lindy. Start small. So don't try to start big. Start small. Do like a baby quilt. Do a lap quilt. I do a lot of lap quilts. Do some smaller projects. You don't have to do those bigger projects. And I like to do projects that I can complete in a day or two. I don't like to do the projects that takes days, months, years, all of those. So I like to do the smaller project. Yeah, yes, absolutely, Miss Lindy. So what we're going to do next after this, yes, Jackie, yes, right? Oh my gosh, Jackie, and I love those. Thrift for fabric. Absolutely, Deidre. Absolutely. So yeah, so Miss Jackie is new to sewing. So we gave her my mom's sewing machine because we all loved Ma. Jackie has just excelled. She excelled. She started doing zipper bags, and oh my gosh, they are phenomenal. So I saw all the ones you had last night. Thank you, Jackie. Love you. I appreciate that. So we're getting this trimmed, and I will show y'all. But anyways, next step, after I get this trimmed, I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do next is I'm gonna show you, because yesterday we were doing quilting in the hoop. We were doing quilting a quilt in the hoop. So a lot of y'all said, you know, what if I don't have a projector? How does that work? So now we're gonna load it back in here and we're gonna quilt it. Well, you don't have to have the projector to be able to quilt in the hoop. So what you can do is you can create a template. So I'm going to show y'all, we will do a template with a 4x4, and we're going to just use the 4x4 hoop because I know a lot of y'all only have those little 4x4 hoops. So what we're going to do next is we will, where are we at? We will go to the, we will do a template in a 4x4 hoop. So off to work. All right, Suzanne, you have a good day. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead and, oops, stop. No, we're right. We're good. I almost thought it wasn't. No, it's not. It is not. I'm going to say it's not threaded. Not threaded. There we go. So now it's going to cool. But yeah, we'll do a template for the 4x4 hoops, so that way y'all can see exactly how to do it. So just sat down and saw that. Thank y'all for hanging out. Thank y'all for hanging out. So, and y'all, we are working on a double-sided. Let me grab the other two here. I'm gonna grab this one. So this is the one that we just created. Y'all, check this out. This is what we just created, was this little guy. Is he not cute? How cute is that? So we're actually creating another one of those. Miss Carrie, I got my new car Sunday afternoon. Oh my gosh, how exciting, Tyler. Congratulations. Congratulations, Tyler. I'm excited for you. So, but yeah, so this is the one that we just stitched out. This is the one that we just stitched out. So we'll do tips and tricks for storing stabilizer. Blessed mess. I wished I had some tips and tricks for you, because mine's just all shoved in my thing over here. I wished I had. So I saw a thing one time that somebody actually embroidered things with Velcro on it, and then put no-show mesh or tearaway or the dissolvable one. The I'm calling melt away. It's not really melt away, but so there's like so many different ways, but I'm not the best one to give you the that. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find it. Maybe we should do mine. Maybe we should do mine, because y'all, I never know what kind of stabilizer. I'm like, is this tearaway? And I'll like tear it. Nope, that's not the tearaway. So it works out okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I was gonna say, I know I had seen it. Maybe a paper towel holder. You know, actually, that's not a bad idea. You know what? That's a great idea, Bonnie. What a great idea. And I just happen to have a paper towel holder sitting there. So I was making reusable paper towels. So I don't know if y'all have ever made reusable paper towels. You have you do it with flannel, and then you serge the side of it, and then you can take and you put like 12 of them on there, and then you have all these paper towels on there, and then so now we were gonna do, and I almost pulled it the wrong way. And then you can label the paper towel. Oh my gosh, that's a great idea, Amy. Great idea. That is a total great idea. Okay, so we're gonna have fun, y'all. How about this thread? That way there's no confusion. You know, I stay confused. Y'all know that. I stay confused. I am not the most organized person. I wish I was the most organized person, but I am literally not the most organized person on there. So we're going to go around this way, get this one threaded. So this is going to be green and purple, y'all. Green and purple. How the heck did you pull a rabbit out of a hat? What? Oh, you're talking about the what do you call it? The paper towel holder, Christy, is that what you're talking about? I just happen to have one there. Yeah, I know, right? So now it's going to stitch around, and it is going to add that satin stitch around there. So you've got to be more organized. I have downloaded some bad embroidery. Oh, with the paper towel holder, right, Christy? Yeah. Sometimes that happens. So, yeah. So, the biggie is where the designs are at, and then I had them printed. So, yes, send me a message. Send me a message. Like I said, we're going to get this stitched, and that's the momness. She's prepared with anything. I try, Tyler, right? I try. Yes, Amy, yes. It's like, hey, if you had that, well, I just happen to have one sitting there. What the heck, you know? We did that one day with, I have been looking for an embroidery machine. What size hoop do you recommend for hobbyists? You know, I would, if you can at least have a 10 by 10 hoop, I do the majority of my stuff in a 10 by 10 hoop. I like to do, I do the quilting in the hoop with the really big ones, but that's so I can actually get them done before that. So, yes, Deidre, yes, totally. I agree with you. So yeah, if you can find one with like a 10 by 10 hoop, the 6 by 10 hoops. Fun times. Fun times. So yeah, so my next thing we're gonna do, like I said, we are going to, because we were doing quilting in the hoops. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get a small piece of fabric. We're gonna create a mug rug. We're gonna create a mug rug, y'all. So I'm gonna show y'all how to do that with a 4x4 hoop. Because I want any of y'all that have an embroidery machine, I want you to be able to quilt with that embroidery machine. So I'm going to show y'all how we use a 4x4 hoop and quilt. And then I'm going to show y'all how to create a mug rug, or not a mug rug, but how to create a pot holder with it. So thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Have a brother sewing machine, but not embroidery. All right, Bonnie. Very cool. Well, you can still have fun with that sewing machine. There's so many different things that you can do that. I'm going to try, Christy. So yeah. So we are going to use, where's the 4x4 hoop? So we're going to use just a little bitty 4x4 hoop. So we're going to take this little 4x4 hoop and we're going to create a template with it. And then after we create that template, Carrie, do you have it set up on YT? You can, how we can join your channel. I will have to look at that, Pearl. Yes, I'm actually on both the platforms right now, y'all. So if you want to hop over on YT, I've got 15 people on my YT right now. So thank y'all for being on the YT. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for being on the YT. Can you remind me? You remind me of my sister-in-law and how she taught me how to embroider on my machine. Oh, well, thank you, Sandra. That paper towel holder just mesmerized me. So now I'm glued to watch. Oh, thank you, Christy. Thanks for watching. Deidre, yes, on YT you subscribe. Pearl, she said you just subscribe on there. So I'm kind of new to YT, y'all. Kind of new to YT. So thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. And if y'all want to see my YT, click in my bio. You'll see it there. You will see it there. Because I'm actually on both right now. So I can't get you on. Amy, can you help Miss Bonnie? So we're going to get this stitched out. And like I said, we're going to have some fun with this. We are going to have some fun. We're going to make a pot holder. We are going to make a pot holder, y'all. We're going to get this all stitched up. It's almost done. These are cute. All right, Bonnie, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all. And yeah, there's a bigger view on the YT if y'all want to see a bigger view of my space. And you may be able to see it better too. You might be able to see it better. Thanks, Irie. Can we rewatch your? Absolutely, Ronnie. I have it all on there. So, and I have all of my lives all the way, well, for quite some time. I've started and I'm actually on there. So, Pearl, I have subscribed but joined in different where you can donate to your channel. Oh, I haven't set that up yet, Pearl, where you can donate to the channel. I will get that set up. So thank you. I appreciate that. I will get that set up for you. And I appreciate you, Pearl. I have to go. So you have a good day. I'm going to send you a message about, yes, send me a message, Shannon. Send me a message. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. I appreciate y'all. like I said, coming up, what we're going to do is we did quilting in the hoop yesterday. And y'all, you want to see what we quilted yesterday? Let me show y'all. If y'all were not on here yesterday, I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all what we quilted yesterday because, y'all, it turned out gorgeous. Oh my gosh, gorgeous. So we're not going to do anything this big today. We're going to make a mug rug today because I want y'all to be able to do something. So this is what we quilted yesterday. So we were quilting a chicken quilt yesterday. So this is actually what we quilted. You can see those designs. This is actually what we quilted yesterday. So this is a fairly big, yes, that's your quilt, Miss Amy. That is your quilt. Well, it's actually for your mother-in-law. So, but yeah, this is what we quilted yesterday. This is what we quilted yesterday. So thank you, Bessie. Yes. So y'all are fixing to learn how to quilt in the hoop. I'm going to show y'all how to quilt in the hoop. You're looking for some art right now so that you can make one for my mom also. Awesome. Yeah. Send me the information. I can totally get it done. You want it done for Christmas, Amy? So this is absolutely can do. Get that over to me so I can get started on it for you. Thank you, Amy. Same design for those quilt squares. I just have to find the different theme. Okay. So the program to create my designs, is that what you're talking about, Q Girly? Yes, Amy. Thank you. So that's the software I use to create designs. Yeah. So I create my designs with that software. You can actually digitize it. Thank you, Pearl. I appreciate that. You can use that to actually create your design. Sorry, I had to eat something right quick. Okay. I'm going to take another bite. Okay. So tearaway. Remember I said we hooped tearaway in here? Let me show you something. I'm eating my cracker here. So with the tearaway, this is why you use tearaway. So watch this. Literally tear it away. You just tear it away and it comes right off. So I'll put that down here. So we now have, isn't that cool? Isn't this the cutest thing? Is this the cutest thing? Good morning. How are you? Thank you for joining over on YT. Thank you for joining on YT. So how cute. Yes, I know. It is cute. Okay. So let's go back over here. We're going to explain this process. I want to explain the process of how we're going to create a template, because we're going to create a template in the hoop, and then we're going to use that template, and we're going to quilt a piece of fabric, and we're going to make a pot holder. I want to show y'all how to make a pot holder. And then after we get the pot holder made, we're going to bind it. I'm going to show y'all how to bind it. Thank you for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that. So we're going to do that whole process here, because that may be the last process we do today, because we've been on here since 4:30 this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to create the template. Once we create the template, we're going to actually sandwich a piece of fabric, get that quilted. Once we get that quilted, we're going to go back and we're going to trim around it, and then we're going to bind that edge, and y'all will have created a pot holder. So let's have some fun. Are we ready? We're having fun, y'all. Are y'all enjoying the live this morning? How are we enjoying the live this morning? Thank you, Tyler. You were awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Got to go and to be back again. All right. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. All right. Let's have some fun. All right. Back over here. I'm going to take another bite of my cracker. Awesome, Patty. Awesome, Patty. So I use the software. Miss Amy can tell you what it is because I can't say the name of it. So I'm going to turn you guys this way. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Okay, I'm grabbing my coffee because I need to drink your coffee here. So we're going to hoop. I'm going to take and put these up. Put these up. We're going to try and straighten up this mess a little bit, and then we're going to move on to the next step. We're going to move on to the next step, y'all. Okay. So, oh my gosh, these are cute. Cute, cute. Okay. So what have we accomplished this morning? What have we accomplished this morning? So this morning we have made a mug, and then we just made a zebra ornament. So this is what we've accomplished this morning. And we've gone over a lot of questions on the embroidery machine. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put this up. We are going to, a lot of y'all had questions yesterday. On the quilting in the hoop. So I use a projector on my machine for quilting in the hoop, but a lot of y'all don't have that projector. It's okay. You don't have to have the projector. So hold on a minute. I'm going to show y'all. So we're going to create a template. So the template I'm going to create, this is water soluble stabilizer. Somebody said yesterday that you could use like a shower curtain you get dollar store, something like that. Anything that's clear. If you have clear, you are very welcome, Dolly. You're very welcome. So if you have clear, anything clear works best. So what we're going to do is we're going to hoop this into this 4x4 hoop. So I'm going to take this 4x4 hoop. I'm going to loosen it up some. So I'm going to take this 4x4 hoop and I'm going to take and trim this into the size of this. I'm going to hoop this in here. So I'm going to tighten that up. So now this is where it comes into play. So you take your hoop, okay? You've hooped the stabilizer and you see where it's clear. So now what you want to do is you want to take a marker, and usually a permanent marker on here. So with the permanent marker, what you want to do is you want to take and you're going to draw. You're going to draw on the inside of your hoop. So I'm going to show y'all. So I'm going to draw a line on the inside of here, and I'm going to show you what we're doing here. I'm kind of double drawing this line here because you're going to end up trimming this out. You're going to actually trim it out. So what you've done is you've drawn on the inside of here. You've gone all over here. But next thing you want to do is you see that you have a center here. You want to mark that center. You have a center here. You want to mark that center. You have a center here. You're going to mark that center. And a center here. So you're going to mark that center. So you've marked all the centers on here. So now what you're going to do is up here, you're going to write top. Up down here, you're going to write bottom. Because you want to make sure that you have, when you're using this template, you want to make sure that where it's at on the top and the bottom. So I'm going to write top up here. And I'm going to write bottom down here. So this is creating a template. If you don't have a template, you don't have a projector, it's all right. You can still quilt in the hoop. And as you see, I've written top and bottom on there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this over to the embroidery machine and we're going to stitch out a 4x4 design into here. And the 4x4 design is a quilting in the hoop design. So, and this one I got from, starts with a KIM. We're just going to say that. So, so this is what I'm going to stitch in here. So let's go over here and let's find a design in there and let's get it stitched on here. Let's get it stitched on here. So we're going to turn here. Stay there. Stay there. Thank you. Yes, Kimberbell. Yeah, that would see. Thank you, Amy. Okay, so there's that. There's that. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Oh. So we're going to move you over there. Okay, so I'm going to pull you guys back this way. Okay. So we're going that way. Yes, it is, Miss Amy. It is. So what we're going to do is we're going to hoop. We're going to take and hoop this, okay? And make sure you draw those lines in there. And like I said, I use a permanent marker, so I'm going to put that down. We're going to say, okay, change. Oh, whoops. We want to delete this out of here first. Delete. Delete. Okay. So then we can leave it in there. So now I have the design pinned the comment. I am cross stitching squares for a quilt. Should I quilt around the designs or quilt over the design? You know, so there's two different options there. Two different options. Oh, we got the puzzle piece. So we're gonna put the puzzle in there. So there's two different options on that. So Bird, I do it. I don't know. There's so many different ways. I like to quilt over it. But the quilting that I do over it is like a light color thread. So depending on what this color of thread is like a phenomenal color to quilt with, because on this quilting with, it's like a cream color and it kind of blends in with a lot of the different things. So of what you're quilting. So, and it doesn't take away from the design on the back side of it. So yeah, quilt over it with a light thread. Yes. So, I mean, you have so many different options that you could do, but that's my preference is I just quilt over it. And then you really can't see. This is cream. This is a cream color. It's like a light cream. Yeah, kind of like a bone cream color. So I don't know the exact color because once the thing's off of it, it goes away. So, okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to load that design. So yeah, it's cream color. So we're going to come this way. So we're going to load the design. And so this is on the thumb drive. So I'm going to go into the thumb drive and, oh, it's over there. Ha! My thumb drive is over here. Hold on. I forgot that I had put it in the other machine. Do I have one there? I don't. See, it tells you it's like, hey, you don't have one there. I wasn't sure if it messed. I don't think it messes. No, I don't think it messes up your stitches. Because I have done it before. And it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so now that we have a one, so we're going to go, and I'm almost thinking we could do floral. So that just does that. I want to do a little bit more. I'm trying to see if I have, what designs I have. What is that one? Ooh, that works. 4x3 inch, 4 inch. I think. Set. Embroidery. Oh. Edit. We're going to size. Okay.
So we have the design loaded. Nice thing is this is a Western design. So we're going to have some fun with this. We are going to have some fun with this one. So you can, oh, well, that's cool, Jeanette. I didn't know you could do that. How cool is that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we have the design loaded. This is kind of cool because it's got boots and all kinds of stuff there. So, and you want to, when you're stitching on this clear, when you're stitching on the clear stabilizer, so you see the clear stabilizer on here, you want to make sure you're using a color. You don't want to use white. You don't want to use like a cream. You want to use a color that's going to pop, because when you sit it on the piece of fabric, you're going to want to you're going to want to see it. You're going to want to see what you're looking at. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave this fun green and purple color. We're going to leave the fun green and purple color, and we're going to go ahead and let it stitch. We're going to go ahead and stitch, and we're just going to stitch right onto this stabilizer. So if we stitch right onto this stabilizer, once we get it all stitched out, we're going to trim around it. So, and then while it's doing this, I'm going to find some fabric right quick. I'm going to let y'all watch this a minute because it's going to take just a minute. Let me grab a piece of batting, and we're going to sandwich these 12 here. Okay, so we're going to come back over this way. Just keep a turning. Just keep a turning. We keep turning, y'all. Keep a turning. Okay. We've done pretty good. We've kept the phone charge, and we haven't had too much of a mishap. So let me move y'all this way. Okay. So what we've done is, let me move y'all up just a little bit. Okay. Okay. So we've stitched in here. Do y'all see that stitching? You see that stitching in there? So what we're going to do is we're going to unhoop it. We are going to unhoop it. So, because we're going to be using that hoop. We're going to be using that hoop. So as you can see the stitches there. You can see those stitches. We need to trim around. Yeah, this is a cool trick. This is very cool. This is how you're going to quilt in the hoop. So we need to trim around where we just drew, because we're going to be setting this right in the hoop, so we know exactly where this is going to stitch. So we're going to trim this out. And we're going to do some pot holders. We're going to do some pot holders, y'all. And this is way you can actually move your fabric and you know exactly where it's going to go. So I'm going to trim around this, because this will sit right in your hoop. So you're going to hoop your fabric, and then this will sit right in the hoop. So you'll know exactly where it's going to stitch at. And then when you move your fabric, because this will stitch down, and then you move your fabric, you know exactly where to line it up at. Exactly where to line it up. Okay. So here we have this. So here is your template. Here is your template here. So what I've done is I've taken, and I just happen to have a piece of Insulbrite here. I've got some, you hear it? This is for pot holders. Do not put this in the microwave. Do not put this in the microwave, because if you put this in the microwave, you're going to find some popping going on. So, but we need some, let's have some fun here. Let's have some fun. We need a pot holder. Pot holder. Let's see what we got going here. I'm looking for some fun fabric. Fun fabric. We need fun fabric.
I always like fun fabric. So we got a piece of green. We're going to use a piece of green. There's that. I need that for a quilt. See, I find stuff. I was like, oh, hey, I need that. Oh, hey, I need that. Thinking. Okay, so I'm thinking we're going to use some green. And how about this fabric? Do we like this fabric? So I think we're going to use this fabric. So I'm going to take and cut some of this fabric out. I can't remember. I think I did a quilt. I think I did a quilt out of this one. So I'm just going to trim a piece of fabric the same size as this. So we'll trim this up. Yes, I have a mess. Don't judge me. Okay. So we have our back. So we're sandwiching this. We're going to sandwich this, y'all. So we're going to take our piece of fabric here that I got all kinds of pieces of thread on. So we're going to take our piece of fabric. We're going to take our piece of batting. We're going to put that here. Okay. So you have your backing, your batting, and then your front piece of fabric. So we're sandwiching kind of like a sandwich, but blowing bubble gums, blowing bubble gums. Thank you. So then you take your front piece of fabric here and you line it up. We're going to line this up here. Line that one up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we're lining this up. So now what we're going to do is we're going to hoop this. We're going to hoop this. So we're going to stitch it out. Thinking, because we're going to make this. Let me look here. Let me look. So I'm going to take a square. How big is that square? That works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take so this is an 8-inch square. So I'm going to take an 8-inch square and I'm going to draw a line around this 8-inch square because that is what we're going to quilt in. We're going to quilt in that 8-inch square. So I'm going to draw. So I'm going to turn y'all this way. Turn y'all this way here. So I'm going to put this in the middle. That way it's around the batting and everything. So I'm going to take, we can draw a line this way. We can draw a line this way. So we're going to draw a line. So that way we know exactly where, because we're going to trim it around that line. We'll just put this back on here and then trim around it because that'll be our pot holder. We're going to make an 8-inch pot holder, y'all. I make up things as we go. I make up things as we go, y'all. Okay. So we're loading that one there. So now what we need to do is, here's our design. Here's our design, y'all. So we want that design right there. We want that design right there. So as I'm going to show y'all. So let me move you back over here. So we have the design. You see the design here. So what we're going to do is we want to line it up exactly where we want it. And then we're going to hoop it. We're going to hoop it there. Okay. So I'm going to put that there and y'all see once I get this here. So I'm going to put this here, put that there. And you put, this goes, go back this way, Sorry about that. Back this way. So I'm going to put this under. So this goes, the bottom of it goes under all 3 layers. It goes under all 3 layers here. I'm going to move you up just a little bit. And I want it right there in that corner. I want to hoop it right there. But we need to make this. So this is where magnetic hoops come into play, y'all. But I wanted to do this because I want all y'all to realize that you can do this. So I've got that hooped. Yay. It actually hooped where I wanted it. Okay. So as you can see, we're going to come back this way. As you can see, I have it hooped there. You can't, no, Absolutely, Deidre. No, you can do this on a magnetic hoop. That's what I'm saying. This is where the magnetic hoop comes into play, because this one you got to unscrew the thing, pop it out, and then when this one gets done, we actually have to go back and unhoop it, take it out of the embroidery machine, get it hooped again, and then move on to the next step. That way, with a magnetic hoop, if you have a magnetic hoop, you don't have to unhoop it. You leave it hooped in the machine and move it. So, but with this one, you actually have to unhoop it. So, all right. So we're going to go over to the sewing machine. What color do we need on this? What color do we want to hoop? What color do we want to stitch? I'm wondering. Do we have a preferred color we want to stitch? Trying to think. Brown? Okay, we can do brown. Let's stitch brown. We can stitch brown. Do we want, what do we want to do like a, let's see what I got over here. Let's see what I got brown. Okay. So we're going brown. We are going brown. Let me find a brown. I got a dark brown, or here's a light brown. Do I want dark brown or light brown? I'm thinking this one. We're going to go with this one. We're going to go this one. Good morning, Terry. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So we're going to go over to the sewing machine, and I got to make sure that I have top and bottom. Okay. We have that in there. Yay. Have that there. We're good. Okay. Rust light brown. Yep. Okay. So now we're going back over to there. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for hanging out on Embroidery Day. We have an extended embroidery today, and we're having fun. We are having fun. I need one more drink of coffee. Back over to the sewing machine, because we're going to come back this way when we move to the next one. So when we move to the next step. So turn, y'all. Turning. Okay. Come down this way. All right. There we go. So we are going to change the bobbin. We're going to go from white thread. We're going to this brown thread. We're going to hoop him. And just as a reminder, you hold this when you're hooping this. Hold that when you're hooping. Hoop that down. Then you're going to take bread. Why am I calling it a bread? Where'd my scissors go? Remember, cut your thread up here and pull down. Cut your thread up top and pull the thread down that way. Then we're going to load this. Get that loaded. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and stitch this. Now we're going to go ahead and stitch this. Am I still froze, Sam? So we're going to start. So we'll get this one stitched. Once we get this one stitched, we'll go ahead and move into the next one. So, like I said, if you want to do quilting in the hoop, start small. Start small. You don't have to do a quilt first off. You don't have to do a quilt first off. You can just do a small project. We can do a small project on here. So we'll get this one all quilted. Once we get this all quilted, we will, okay, Sam, you're good. You're good. Once we get this one all quilted, we will actually trim it around, and we're going to do the binding on it. And we made a hot pad. So if you had a bigger hoop, you wouldn't have to move. Exactly, Ronnie. So I have pretty much every size of hoop out there. So, but yeah, my thing is I wanted to make it a point that no matter what size hoop you have, you can do this. So, but yeah, if you have a bigger hoop, you don't have to move it as much. You literally don't have to move it as much. So now what we're going to do is we're going to, and this is where those magnetic hoops come into play. If you had a magnetic hoop, you could just take the magnet off, move it, and then pop it back down. But this one doesn't have the magnetic hoop. So I'm going to take that out. We're going to trim that. I don't know why it puts that middle stitch in there. So we're going to pop this out. So you can see it's stitched. And you can see on the back too, it stitched that. So it stitched all that one on there. First time watching. Hello, Miss Cindy. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Y'all, I'm enjoying YT. And y'all, I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. So anybody that is new to me, I am usually on Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, Arizona time, Mountain Standard Time. So come hang out with us, y'all. Come hang out with us. Y'all get to choose what we do on the live. Y'all get to choose what we do on the live, and we always have some fun. So today was an extended live with embroidery. So it's been a lot of fun. So let's go back over to the table, and I'm going to show you how we're going to get into the next one. So what we're working on is we have quilted this, but you need to know how to get to the next step. You need to know how to get to the next step. So I'm going to show y'all. So because we created that template. So let's go back over. We keep turning here. Just keep a turning. Just keep a turning. Okay, so we're going to swing y'all around. I have to say, I really liking my stand here. Really liking my stand. Okay, so we've created this. So now I'm going to pop this out of here. I'm popping this out of here. So we've got this quilted. We have this quilted here. So now we need to move to the next step. So this is where our template comes into play, y'all. This is where that template. So we've stitched a template. We put top, bottom this way, and we know exactly what is the front side, because if you don't have it written on there, you don't know what the front and the top is. I'm usually working at that time, but today is a holiday. Yeah, it's a holiday for us too, Miss Cindy. It's a holiday for us too. So we are going to, and I do have replays, Miss Cindy. So I do replay all my lives. But we are taking this right here on the template, and I'm going to line it up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this back fabric. I'm going to line this up here, and I'll show y'all here, and I'm going to line it up here. I'm going to hoop it in here. Once I get it lined up here, come down some, That way it stitches exactly where I want it to go. Okay, pop that in there. Magnetic hoops, y'all. Magnetic hoop. Okay, here we go. I forgot to thank you for... Oh, well, thank you. So you see how we have the design in here, and you have that start and stop stitch here. You have that start and stop stitch here. So what you do is you line this template that we created, line the template in there, and y'all, it's going to come back in here, and it's going to start exactly where it left off, and it's going to continue stitching. So we'll get that one stitched, and then we'll go down and do these bottom two, and then we'll bind it. We'll come back over here, we'll get it trimmed out, and we'll get it binded. So let's go back to the sewing machine. Isn't it going to be pretty? It's going to be gorgeous. I'm really loving that stitch. Y'all, we're going to have to do something with this one. We're going to have to do something. Well, I actually have a quilt that we're going to quilt that with. I have a quilt that's going to be quilted with that. So I'm going to take this over to the embroidery machine, because I think as small as this is, I think we can do this at the embroidery machine. So we're going to come back over this way. Come back over this way. Swinging, swinging, swinging. Y'all been swinging here. So, all right, here we go. So my template, we're going to leave the template there. I'm going to take off these. I got fuzzies. When you use flannel fabric, you get fuzzies, y'all. You get fuzzies. Okay. So we're going to hoop this back in here. And remember, make sure, hold this here, because when you're hooping that in there, you got to make sure that you got to hold it. So we're going to get that in there, and we're going to go ahead and stitch that out. So it takes about a minute to stitch this. This is about a little under 4 inches, because this is a 4-inch hoop. So it's a little under 4 inches that it's stitching out. So this will get all stitched out. Once it gets stitched out, we'll move it to those other, because we'll do the other bottom two. So get those stitched out, and then we'll get it trimmed out, and then we'll do binding. I'm going to show y'all the easiest binding you ever did. I'm going to show y'all how to do simple binding. Anybody have a problem with binding? Who likes to do, let me rephrase this. Who likes to do binding? Any of y'all like to do binding? Taking another bite of my cracker here. I did until you showed your way, Mandy. Nobody, right? Mandy, isn't my way easy? Isn't it the easiest way you can do binding? Simple binding is what I need. Cindy, I'm fixing to show you how to do the simplest binding you've ever seen. And after that, you won't mind doing quilts anymore. You will not mind doing quilts anymore. Okay, so we're going to take this. Y'all, look how perfect. I wish y'all could see the stitching. I wish y'all could see the stitching. It's like, oh my gosh. It like perfectly, hold on. I'm going to see if you can see this. I'm going to see if you can see the perfect stitching. I'm going to come back this way. I wish you could see. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Oh my gosh. This is just gorgeous. Oh, on the back. The back maybe. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to hoop the bottom. So I'm going to take, here's our template again. Here is it. So we are making a hot pad. We're going to make a hot pad because I wanted to show y'all how we could actually do quilting in the hoop with a 4x4 hoop. So we are using a little 4x4 hoop with a template. So taking that template and I'm going to line it up here and y'all can see. So what I'm doing is I'm lining it up right against the stitch. I wish you could see better, but I don't know how to do that. So we're going to line it up right with that stitch. And I'm going to put the back side of the hoop, a hot pad that we make our own template. Yes. So you make the template for your quilting in the hoop. That way you know exactly where to line the hooping at. And then when you make that template, then you can go make hot pads. You can make pot holders. You can make mug rugs. You can do a quilt. Y'all, it's endless. It is completely endless, the possibilities that you can do with this. Completely endless, the possibilities. Okay, so we're going to make sure that that is hooped. I'm lining it up. So I'm lining up this, and I'm trying to do this in the hoop beans. We're using a little one here. Popping it in the hoop. So as you see, I have that template in there. That way I know exactly where that's going to stitch. So, and you see the stitching in there? On the stitching in there or on the template, you have it stitched all there. So the nice thing is, you know exactly, because I see my stitching in underneath it. I see the stitching underneath it that I've already stitched. And then here's my template inside of the hoop. So I know exactly where this stitch is going to come across there. So never thought about a template. It is, yeah, actually, yeah. They can be, Judy. They can be. And that's why I want to show y'all this, because you can totally do this because it works just fine. It works just fine. This is the way I did it for years. This is the way I did it for years. Yeah, on those magnetic cubes, you wait till they go on sale, Judy. You wait till they go on sale. That's when you go get them. Okay, so we're going to hoop this again. Again, I'm going to hold. You make sure you hold that arm when you're pushing that in there because sometimes it moves. Sometimes it moves. So we're going to get one more hooping. Yeah, watch for sales. Black Friday. Watch out for Black Friday, y'all. It'll be coming. On the big A, sometimes you can get it. So, yeah, absolutely, Cynthia. Absolutely. So we have this hooping and we have one more hooping that we're going to do. We'll go back over to the cutting table. We'll get it trimmed around, and I'm going to show y'all the easiest binding you have ever done. If you have not seen my binding, hang out for the binding, y'all, because after I show you how to do this binding, you will never freak out anymore. You'll be like, hey, I can actually do quilts now. I can totally do quilts now because it works out. Miss Judy, Miss Cynthia, can you answer her for me? So I have to be careful on what I say on here because sometimes they will be like, you can't say that. So we're going to this all stitched out. Once we get this all stitched out, we'll go on to the next one. So, and y'all, I'm using a 4x4 hoop. So any of y'all's machines, if you have embroidery machines, it will work with any of your machines. I promise you. Okay, so we got one more hooping here. So I'm going to pop this out of here. I said, if you got a 4x4 hoop, you got to try this out. Like I said, we're making hot pads. Hot pads are easy and quick. You know, this is one of those easy, quick projects that you can do for Christmas gifts, birthdays, you know, whatever you want out there. So something quick and easy. So we're taking, I have that bottom hoop. So we're putting that bottom hoop in there. And then I'm going to take and line my template. And remember, on the template, you have it written top and you have it written bottom. And then that way you know what you can do. Is this a machine? Absolutely. If you could find one, you'll have to find a what do you call it? A one on MP. You could find one on MP if you could do that. On the big A, you can get them on the big A, Ronnie. So I'm going to try the line up. I'm trying to line this up. It's like, I'm not talking, but that's okay. Hold on. Okay. So I'm lining up. So again, you put it in here and you have your template. You have your template and you can see exactly where that stitch is at. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Cindy. So it's in there. So yeah, if you could find a 1, a 2, and a 3, I have any of the bees. Yes, Judy. Yes, Judy. Check it out. And if you have questions on it, shoot me a message. I helped somebody out yesterday. She sent me what she was looking at, and I looked at it for her and gave her my suggestions on it. So yes, please. Okay, so I'm going to put this in here. We're going to do this last stitching. We're going to go back over there. We're going to get it trimmed around, and then we're going to do that binding. I'm going to show y'all the easiest binding out there. The easiest binding out there. So, yeah, I didn't do the upgrade to the 3. I couldn't see anything in there that I really needed as far as the upgrade to the 3. So, I'm doing one more bite. I have a couple more bites here. We did, Cindy. We made a template, and I can show you how we did the template again. If you'd like, we can do one more template. I'll show y'all how to do the template one more time if you want. You have the Bernina 770 and the Magnetic Hoots. They are, Pam. You have to catch them on sale. You have to catch them on sale. You're welcome, Cindy. Yeah. As soon as we get done with this, we'll do one more template. That way you can see how to do a template. And then we'll do the binding. The easy binding. Okay. So we're going to go back over to the cutting table because we're going to trim this out. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so awesome. As I throw my hoop on the floor. So we're going to go back over there, and I'm going to show you. Miss Cindy wants to know how to do the template. So wish we had the thread to alert us when hoops go on sale. Right, Deidre? If I happen to see them, I will let y'all know. If I happen to see them go on sale, I will let y'all know, because I wish there was a way I could do. I really wish they wouldn't charge so much. Okay, we're going to come back around this way. Turning. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Cynthia. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to trim this, but first thing we're going to do is we're going to show Miss Cindy how to do a template again. We're going to do a template again. So what we're going to do is I take the 4x4 hoop, and I use the water-soluble stabilizer. The water-soluble stabilizer. Somebody the other day said something about using shower curtain. Use a cheap shower curtain, because you can do that too. But what we're going to do is we're going to hoop the water-soluble stabilizer into this 4x4 hoop. Let me get this trimmed up. Get that trimmed up. So I'm going to hoop the stabilizer, and then I'm going to show you what we're going to do. So, okay. So now we have this. Watching. Awesome, Deidre. Awesome. So we have this hoop. So again, this is water-soluble stabilizer. It works best if you can see through it. It works best if you can see through it. So then what you're going to do is you're going to take a marker. Take a permanent marker. Make sure it's a permanent marker. And then on that permanent marker, what you're going to do is you're going to draw around on the inside. You're going to draw onto the inside a line. So, and I kind of do like a double draw on there, that way because you're going to have to trim around that once you do that. And I'm going to show you what you're going to do after that fact. Okay, so you've now drawn in here. So I'm going to come this way because you've now drawn in here. So now that you've drawn in here, on your hoops, you'll see that you have a center mark. You have a center mark here. You're going to mark that. You have a center mark here. You're going to mark that. You have a center mark here. You're going to mark that. And then you have a center mark here that you're going to mark. So you've marked all your center points. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to put top. So you put top, right top up here. And then right bottom down here. Why do you do this? Because this is clear stabilizer. And number one, you need to know what is the top and what is the right side. Because on here, because you can see the stitching looks the same on both sides. It looks the same on both sides. So you need to know exactly which way it needs to go in your machine or in the hoop when you're hooping it. So then after you do this, you take it over to your embroidery machine, and then we just stitch it all out. We go and stitch it all out. So let's go back over there. We'll get it all stitched, and then we'll come back out here, and I'll show you what we're going to do with it. So, and then we'll also, and I got it all, it popped out. It completely popped out on me. Okay, so then we're going to come over here. Let's go stitch this again. Let's go stitch this again. So, and you want to make sure that when you're stitching your templates, on the stitching of the templates, that you use a colored thread. So we have brown in here, so that'll work. So we're going to hoop this in here, and you're going to stitch right onto your clear stabilizer. You're going to stitch right onto that clear stabilizer. So we're going to hit start, and it's going to go ahead and stitch. And that way, when you put it on top of the fabric that you're looking at, you'll be able to see it. You don't want to use a clear piece of or clear thread, or if you have like say you're putting it on black fabric, you don't want to use black thread. You want to do something that's going to pop. That way you can actually see where that stitching's at, and that way where you know exactly where you're lining it up on the fabric. So Once this gets stitched out, I'll show you because we'll go back over there. So where did I get the quilting design? So this one, I'm pretty sure I get some from Juju, and then I get some from Kimberbell. So I get designs at different locations. So I can look and see if I can remember where I got this one from. So, but Juju has quite a few of them. Urban Threads has quite a few. So it is, Deidre, it is a great sewing community. Everybody here is phenomenal. Everybody here is phenomenal. So we're going to pop this out. We're going to go back over there. Yes, I love all y'all. All y'all are great. So as I said, Amy, I don't know how we find time. I don't know how we find time. Y'all, mine's at 1:30 in the morning. So we're going to come back around this way. Turn in. I do make designs. Cindy. So if you find something that that you want, let me know because I do create designs. Okay, so you pop this out of the hoop. Once you pop this out of the hoops, so you trim around where you actually drew that line in your hoop. There. But I use a, Cindy, I use a software to create designs. I usually don't use the design center. So now that I've created this, you can see the stitching on there. So what happens is when you hoop it into there, you have this and you know exactly where it's going to stitch out. So that's how you can create your templates. Like I said, this is a 4x4 hoop. This is a 4x4 hoop. So you look like I am in an RV, Pam. I am in an RV. I live in a fifth wheel. So yeah, toy hauler door. That's the toy hauler. I am in the toy hauler. So yes, I am in a fifth wheel. Right, Pearl? It works out great. Okay, so now what we're going to do, I'm going to put these over there because I might just reuse those. Because I'm kind of liking these. Y'all. Okay, so now that we have our pot holder made, Yeah, it is. Thanks, Pam. I love it. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to bring up that. So here is what we created. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take my 8-inch square. We're going to line that 8-inch square up there. I'm going to grab my rotary cutter. So I'm going to come back this way. There we go. So I'm going to take that 8-inch square and I'm going to trim around this. And I have a rotary mat that I use. Oops. Okay. You always want to close those or try to remember to close those up. So, okay. So we've now created, you give me inspiration on setting back up the toy hauler while you should try it, Ronnie. You should try it because y'all, I love the toy hauler. We live in here full time. And y'all, the toy hauler is my area. So as you can see, it's stitched. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to show y'all how to do a binding. Y'all ready to learn how to do a binding? We are going to have fun with the binding. Let me find some fabric to go around that. Find some fabric. Da-doom. We're going to use, definitely work.
Do I have another one of those? Do I have another one of those? Would that be enough? I think that'll be enough. Okay. What are full time also? You don't stay in one. So actually, what we did a few years ago is we sold our house, bought the camper, and when we bought the camper, we did it just to see if we wanted to stay in a fifth wheel before we retired. That way we would know prior to retiring instead of retiring and then being stuck and not being able to get out. So we like it. We like it. We've been in here 3.5 years now. But by day, I'm a director of IT. I run an IT department, y'all. So that is my day job. This is my passion. This is what I love to do. This is what I love showing y'all. I love showing y'all how to learn how to sew. If I can help y'all get more people sewing, that is my total goal. That is my total goal. So, anyways, let's go back over to the sewing machine, and y'all are fixing to learn how to do the easiest binding out there. And we have made a hot pad. We have made a hot pad. We'll go back over. Awesome, Ronnie. You literally learn that things are just material. You don't need all this stuff. Of course, I have so much sewing stuff. Anyways, we won't go there. But anyways, so we're gonna come back this way because the whole toy hauler is set up with sewing. The whole toy hauler is set up with sewing, but it's okay. I love it. So, okay. So we are going to do this. So first thing we need to do is we need to go back home and we need to go into the sewing. So it's going to kick that back over this way. We need to change the foot out. Sew stuff doesn't count. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. You know, it's funny, Laura, because I've told my husband, you must be very, very organized to live in an RV. Cindy, I try. So the bed up here that drops down, you have the bed and the toy hauler that drops down. That's where all my fabric is organized up there. That's where all my fabric's organized. So, but it was funny because I told my husband, I was like, I guess we could get rid of this stuff if you wanted me to. And he goes, you would drive me nuts. What would you do? And I'm like, I don't know. I'd figure something out. And he's like, yeah, no. So anyways, so as you can see, we're just going to do this straight stitch. So I need to change back the foot. So on the machine, it sits there. Remember how it said I needed the W foot for sewing? This one comes over here and it says, hey, you need to change it over to a J foot. So I'm going to change this one out. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to new this one. So I'm going to untake that one off. I'm going to go and grab the J foot. All right. So I'm going to take this foot. So I'm going to put this one in here. I'm going to tighten that up. And again, I use the screwdriver, but I just do a tight or just a slight turn. Just a slight turn. You don't want to cinch it down. Just purchased a Luminaire and learned to sew on it. Very different from sewing on a Bernina. It is a different, Cindy. I used to use Bernina. I used to use that also. So all my sewing stuff is sewed in the loft in the top. But Ronnie, I'm telling you, I have the loft up there that I got stuff, batting and all kinds of stuff. And then up here is fabric, y'all. Fabric. So, okay. So now, you have your front and you have your back. So now what we're going to do is you're going to take a piece of your fabric. So you're going to take a piece of this fabric and you're going to put a fold at the top at the first and then fold at the end. So you're going to go to the back of your fabric. You're going to go right sides together. And I need clips. Hold on. You need clips for this, y'all. So you're going to put a clip here and then you're going to come over to this side and then you're going to trim it just enough so you have a fold. You want to make sure you have enough for a fold on the end, and I'll show you here in a minute.
after I show you all this, you're going to want to be like, hey, I can do binding. I can do binding. So I'm going to put a clip here. Okay. So we've now clipped. We have a clip here and a clip here. And we're just going to do a straight stitch across here. A straight stitch across there. All right, Miss Amy. Good morning, Annette. Good morning. So I'm going to do a straight stitch right across there. So we have it on 3. Okay. And we're just going to use the same thread. We'll use the same thread. So we're going to take this stitch. Oh, it was slow. It's like, why are you going so slow? Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So now that you've done that, so you've showed that straight stitch across. So now what you're going to do is you're going to take, and I'm going to move this over just a little bit. Come this way. So what you're going to do is you're going to take this piece of fabric with the fold, and you're going to fold up to that seam. You're going to fold up to that seam that you just sewed. So you have it folded up to that seam. And then what you're going to do is you're going to turn it to the other side. You're going to turn it to the other side, and a little bit different when you're doing the whole quilt, but turn it to the other side and you fold it up. And then when you fold it up, you'll see that your raw seam is behind that seam right there. And then you pull it forward. So you have that pulled forward on here. So now you're going to do is you're going to sew a stitch across there. Anybody usually on my lives? What's my favorite stitch? My favorite stitch is the double blanket stitch, y'all. It is literally my go-to stitch for everything. Literally my go-to stitch for everything. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and do the other side. Double blanket stitch, yes. So we're going to go ahead and do the other side here. So I'm going to grab this piece, and I'm going to put a fold here. And I'm going to put a clip. Put a clip here. Come over to the other side. We're going to trim some of that off because we just want enough for a fold. Just enough for a fold. Give it a fold. So now I'm going to do a straight stitch across there again. Straight stitch across there. My old 48 years old sewing machine does that stitch with a nice, awesome. Okay, so we've sewed that straight stitch. And again, what are you going to do? You're going to take this fold and this raw edge down here and go up to the where you stitched that seam. And then you're going to fold it up. Once you fold it up, you come over to the other side and you fold it down. You just fold it down. So you have that folded there. So once you get that folded there, you're just going to do that double blanket stitch. So let me fold this again. Let me get this folded again. Once we get this all folded here, folded there, folded, give it a clip, and we're going to turn on that double blanket stitch. And y'all, the next one that we go to, and I go up to 7 millimeters on that double blanket stitch. That way it goes a little bit wider. So what I do is I go across that stitch. I center the foot on my seam here. And when I center that foot, it goes and does that stitch all the way. Picked bows for awesome, Miss Amy. Send me a message on those. Send me a message on those. Okay. So now we're going to stitch. And like I said, you're going to center this foot here. Center this foot here. And when you see this stitch, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is like the perfect stitch. This is like the perfect stitch here. So on that stitch, you see that stitch? it just goes right across there. So we'll go back and do the other side. And then I'm going to show you how you're going to get the corners, because you're like, wait a minute, we still need a mitered corner. Well, you're still going to get a corner. Somebody said the other day, they're like, well, the corner is kind of like a corner on a picture frame. So, which it is, but it still turns out really cool. It still turns out really cool there. So this is going to be a cool hot pad. Okay, so thank you, Miss Amy. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the shares, y'all. Thanks for the shares. Okay, so now we have both of these. Now you're like, how do we get that corner? Where is the double blanket stitch? Oh, so Miss Cindy, so on here, so if you go to 3 and then 3-18, 3-18 is the double blanket stitch. Okay, so now we're going to come back here. We're going to go back to 1 and 3. We're going to go back to 1 and 3. So now we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to take this piece of fabric. I'm just going to cut it in half. I just happen to have a piece of fabric that matched this. Just happen to have a piece of fabric that matched, y'all. Okay, so now we're going to do is, you are very welcome, Miss Cindy. You are very welcome. So remember, right sides together, right sides together. Put that fold. You need the fold, especially on this one. You got to have that fold. So we're putting a fold there. And then on this side, you have a fold on this side. So then you run that straight stitch right there. And y'all, this is where the corner comes into play. Y'all are going to like this. Are you ready? So let me stitch this 2. It's a 2, Miss Carrie. So we're going to stitch this across. Just keep a stitching, just keep a stitching. So we're going to stitch this across. And I can show you how we're going to get that corner. Okay. Who's wrapped Christmas gifts? Who has wrapped Christmas gifts? So this is how you're going to get your corner. So you're going to take and you're going to fold it over. Remember how you do those Christmas corners? My mom's like, she goes, no, you got to re-wrap that. You got to have pretty corners on your Christmas gifts. You got to have pretty corners on your Christmas gifts. So you have that corner. Once you have that corner, you fold up that piece of fabric to that raw edge where the sew seam is. So you're folding it up to where that sewing seam is again. Once you do that, you fold it up. So then when you turn it over to the other side, you're behind that raw edge, and then you fold it down. Y'all, when you fold it down, you get your corners. You get your corners. Hold on. It's harder to do the corners when I'm trying to explain it, but let me fold it. Like I said, you fold those corners like your Christmas gifts, and then you pull it to the front. Pull it to the front. Hold on. And I'll show you those corners. I will show you that corner. Hold on. Let me get it clipped. Because literally, you end up with a corner. You end up with a corner. Okay. So there is your corner. So you just sew down the corner and then across and then back up the corner. So you just sew down the corner, across, and then back up the corner. So when you do those Christmas gifts, I call them Christmas gifts. I call them Christmas gifts. I don't know what y'all would call them, but that's what I'm thinking of. They're like Christmas gifts. So I'm giving y'all a Christmas gifts. How this? I'm giving you a Christmas gifts on how to do binding. Christmas gift on how to do binding. So we're going to do this again. So you're taking right sides together on this hot pad. We're doing hot pad. So we're going to clip it. You're going to put a fold. You got to have that fold on each corner. If you don't have the fold, you're going to have a raw edge. You don't want to have a raw edge. So you want to have a fold on each corner. That way you don't have that raw edge on the corners. So again, you have right sides. So you see right sides together, fold on each side, straight stitch across the top. Straight stitch across the top there. Okay. So now you have this. So you have your right sides together, your fold on each side. Christmas corners, y'all. You need those Christmas corners. So you're taking and you're putting a fold. And what I'm calling a Christmas corner, you need a Christmas corner. So you just put a Christmas corner on each side, Christmas corner. So you're doing those Christmas corners here. And then once you have that Christmas corner, you're still folding up. You're still folding up to where that seam's at. You're still folding up to where that seam's at. And then when you do that, you fold it up and then fold it to the front. And then you get your corners. Then you get your corners. Let me clip this. Clip this, clip this. And y'all, try it a few times. Try it a few times. Once you get it, you'll be like, okay, I can totally do binding now. I can totally do binding now. Okay. So now what we need to do is, I'm going to come back over here. So on your embroidery machine, go to number this, and this is on this one. So I go over here and I think it's probably maybe the same spot for you, Miss Cindy. So you go over to the 3, you get the 3-18, and I increase it up to a 7 millimeter. I increase that stitch up to a 7 millimeter on there. So 2.5 inch strip. 2.5 inch strip is this one. No, I do not. I don't hand stitch anything. I have a tennis elbow. I can't hand stitch. I really don't have time to hand stitch. I'm a director of IT, so I don't have time to do all that. So needless to say, I machine stitch everything I do. Everything I do is machine stitched. So just my preference. Everybody has their own preference. Is there a right or wrong way? No. Everybody does it differently. Everybody does it differently. So usually what I do is I match the back thread with the same color of fabric that's on the back. So is this, yes, that is, so a 2.5 inch strip would be the same same width for a normal quilt. So this is the exact thing that I do on my normal quilts. This is exactly how I would do it on those. So and as you can see, wait, stay there. It stitches out very pretty. It stitches out really pretty on there. So let's go ahead and get, it is good to see different ways to do. Absolutely, Cindy. Absolutely. Is any way, like I said, is any way the right way or wrong way? No. You do it however you're comfortable with. You do it however you're comfortable with. This is what I've come up with on how to do it. I said, you just do however you're comfortable. So my mom did it kind of a different way. My mother-in-law actually hand stitches all of hers. It's just however you want to do it. So however you want to do it. But if y'all are looking to do some Christmas gifts or anything like that, this is a perfect idea for Christmas gifts, y'all. Perfect idea for Christmas gifts. We've officially made a hot pad. We have officially made a hot pad. How cool is that? How cool is that? Hot pad. So, all right. Let's go back over here because we're about done with the live today because I've been on 4.5 hours, y'all. I've been on 4.5 hours this morning. So let's come back this way. Come back this way. There we go. Okay. Right? Is it not cool? It was cool. So what do we do today? We accomplished a hot pad. Y'all can now create hot pads with a, right? You can create hot pads with a 4-inch hoop. This is showed you how you could actually quilt, and you can see the quilting. See the quilting? The quilting with the 4-inch hoop. It is cool. So we did that today. What else did we do? Where is my other stuff? See, I just had this stuff. How can I lose stuff? This is how I lose stuff. So, right. And then we did ornaments. Ornaments. How cool are the ornaments? Ornaments are cool. It was cool. So, fun thing about the ornaments, they got bottoms on the backside. They got bottoms on the backside. Bottoms on the backside. How cool, right? So we did those. And then we did a mug rug. We did a mug rug. So we've had some fun today. We've learned all kinds of different things. I've got all kinds of stuff that I'm going to work on today. You guys also learned how to create a template, how to create a quilting in the hoop template. So lots of fun. Awesome. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. I appreciate you hanging out with me. If you are new to me, if anybody is new to me, give me a follow. I'm here and I'm on YT. I go live on both platforms. I am on both platforms, guys. If you want to find my YT, click on my bio. It's there. So thank you, Pearl. And I'll go and set up the other thing you were asking about too. So you got a bear done. Awesome, Sam. Yay. So but yeah, so tomorrow, let me give you guys a sneak peek for tomorrow's live. So tomorrow, 4:30 in the morning, we will be doing where are you at? I just had you. Why did I have it? Oh, there you are. I was gonna say, where did it go? So tomorrow's live, we are going to be making a quilted handbag. So we made this the other day. And when we made this, everybody's like, we should make a handbag. So tomorrow's live, tomorrow morning, 4:30, we're going to make a quilted handbag. So come hang out. And thank you, Terry. I appreciate you hanging out with us. And like I said, anybody new, give me a follow every Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, Arizona time, Mountain Standard Time. So if y'all want to learn something, let me know. We can put it on next week's live. Y'all get to choose what we do on the lives. So we have some fun. I think Thursday is reverse applique on a sweatshirt. We're going to do some reverse applique on a sweatshirt, right? I've yet to do that. I'm going to learn with y'all. So we're going to see how that works. We're going to have some fun with that. Right, Amy? Right? So again, happy Veterans Day to everybody out there. Thank y'all all for your service. I appreciate all you veterans. And I hope all y'all have a wonderful day. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you again. Thank you. Love y'all.